I am so sorry. Hello, everyone. We were muted. We are not muted anymore.
Okay, pretend we didn't just do this. And
The
do it
rude
again.
thing was us saying it would be rude to start on time, so we're gonna chill here for a little bit.
No, that's not
Give
what
it a few
they were
minutes.
saying. They were saying very rude things about you, chat. They were disrespecting
Can you believe
you.
it?
Johnny never lets us get away with our lives.
I can't believe this.
Rubes, they called you.
Yeah, wow, there are so many of you. Thank you all for showing up this Saturday morning if you're where we are, this Saturday afternoon if you're somewhere else. I think in some places even this Saturday evening.
Wow.
I saw someone in the chat say it was like 3 a.m. for them there, which is...
Oh my
that's,
goodness.
I mean, thank you for being here, but also go to bed.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try to make sure that this isn't exciting so that that person goes to sleep. Because to the dulcet tones of all of us talking.
I'm just going to do all the lines in a really soporific voice.
Yeah, time to
Oh,
do
perfect.
We're switching to
Perfect.
ASMR.
You're on a path in the woods.
Brandon's gonna lose it.
At the end of the path is a cabin.
Yeah, y'all didn't know you were getting into an ASMR stream. Also, Hans, thank you for gifting a bunch of subs. Shiny Opals, thank you for subbing. Orchid Oblivion, thank you for subbing. Tofu Raven, thank you for subbing. Katie80, thank you for subbing. That's a fun name. Arcadian,
should pull
thank
up
you
your
for
chat so I can see it
43
too.
months of subs. Benjamin
so
Ray,
many
thank you
viewers.
for the 100 bits. Hans, thank you again for gifting a bunch of subs. Alright, these are thank you everyone. There are too many subs to thank everyone.
Oh, and it's so nice to see you.
Look at this hype.
Oh my gosh, your layout's so cute. I love the way you put us all. I
Thank
love that I'm
you.
on the deer. I'm part deer.
It's,
New princess just dropped.
New
Send
This is
her.
amazing.
a while ago, years, a local library invited us to do like a live stream of Scarlet Hollow episode 1 with them, and the librarian enthusiastically made this very fancy layout for the stream and then gave it to us.
Oh, sweet.
So now
That's
we look
incredible.
like we're professional, even though we don't know anything. So
Hey, you look
I'm
professional.
bad
That's all
at
that
graphic
matters.
design.
Graphic design is my passion.
and then Tony turns to me and is like, "You're an artist, so you know how to design things. Like
You know how to
logos,
design
graphics."
graphics.
Yeah, artist and graphic designer, that's basically the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're close.
Stan Project Jelly Talks, thank you for the subs. Crumbles Insanity, thank you for gifting some subs. Do you have things to say, Abby? I don't have things to
I
say.
just woke up.
Oh my
many
gosh, I can't
hours
believe
ago.
this.
So I'm still warming up for the day. I'm only 3 to 5 hours in.
Wow.
Oh, that's pretty good. I'm an hour into my day.
Oh, Legal Valkyrie, that's
I mean,
Marguerite. Hi,
it's
Marguerite.
4 p.m. over here, but I'm about 5 hours into my day because I'm a failure of a human being.
No, you're not.
It's winter.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's winter. It's the hibernating season.
Yeah. We always try and
Unfortunately, bears don't have deadlines.
get... What are your deadlines these days? Is it Magnus?
Magnus, and I've got a novel to finish by the end of the year, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh,
By the end of this
Oh.
year.
Oh, yeah, this year.
Yeah.
Oh
Jesus Christ.
I bought 13 Story. I haven't read it yet, but
Oh, that's fine. You don't need to. It's okay.
I'm going to.
It's lovely. It's a
It
good
just
book.
came last week.
No, I'm like the thing is, everyone. I'm always like, oh yeah, no, thank you for reading, but mainly thank you for buying.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
People
Yeah,
are like, I
you
bought your
can-
book, and I'm like, great, and they're like, I haven't read it yet, and I'm like, that's fine. That part's about you. I'm no longer involved.
I was visiting family and they were like, "Oh, we haven't played your game yet, but we definitely will." And I'm like, "Oh, but don't."
Honestly, like the number of amazing friends I have with brilliant projects who they have put their heart and soul into, that I'm like, I haven't read that or seen it, and I'll be honest, I'm probably not going to for the next few years. And so like I can never be like, how could you not consume the thing that I created? It's like,
I can't believe this.
Yeah.
Has chat stopped? Or are people just
No.
not talking?
no, chat's still
That's
going
still
on.
there. Yeah. You're quiet, Brandon.
Oh yeah, Brandon. You are very quiet.
So
Chat
silent.
does seem frozen here, though.
Yes.
Oh, it's not at all.
Oh, okay.
Crazy. I thought my microphone was way too sensitive. Is this okay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah,
yes,
that's
chat
right.
was frozen. Sorry if we missed some messages. Cool. We'll get started in 3 minutes. What's up?
Woo, yeah.
Congrats on getting a Slay the Princess tattoo.
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
cool.
I just saw that.
I want to know more about it immediately. Thank you.
The reason Nicole is a centaur, I can move Nicole. It's, we have this deer from Scarlet Hollow as, like, part of our Twitch layout. And
be
we have
weird.
only so much real estate on this stream to put all these
That's
PNG
fair.
YouTubers on, so
And we
this
thought
felt
it
like a
was cute.
fun place to put her.
Alright. Well,
Oh, we're waiting. No, we're waiting until 11:10
Oh, cool. Okay, great.
Oh my gosh.
I'll
Okay.
keep sitting here
in silence.
in silence.
Okay,
preparing
let's be
myself.
very quiet.
I'm not even the one who asked to perform. Good luck to you two.
Dear Princess DLC when
Listen,
we don't
Dear
have a
Princess would
centaur
be
princess.
so
There's
cute.
a few princess archetypes that we don't have. We don't have a clown. I mean, the Razor's kind of a clown.
I was like, we cannot keep saying you don't have a clown when the Razor is absolutely clown princess.
Putting out a
We
public
don't
apology.
have a clown.
We don't have a
Oh,
clown.
okay, wonderful.
How do we expect people to take us seriously?
We can't. We can never expect it.
We're not a high. We're just being summoned by our cat here, right?
Yes.
What's going on in that
Oh,
image?
we're her tumors, of course.
Yeah, all right.
Just like in real life.
Oh yeah.
Very like Junji Ito's Cat Diaries vibe to it.
Love it.
Okay.
Love it.
Clown core TikTok just woke up.
Oh my gosh.
We are on a level 9 hype train. I've actually
Oh
never
my
seen a
gosh.
level 9 hype train before. Didn't know it went that high.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sure does.
Everything.
Oh,
about
we'll have to
Twitch
make
is
sure
so
to not forget to unmute so I can hear the game.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Oh, you've turned down their voices, I assume,
What?
in the game.
Everything is muted in the game right now. I will be going in and unmuting everything except them.
I see.
Hooray! I'm not nervous at all.
Is the VOD gonna be available? I'm at work. Hi, I'm at work. The VOD will be going up on YouTube probably tomorrow. Brandon's music was a great boon for this game.
Oh my god.
Good article title.
Oh my god.
How very droll.
Chat, how dare you?
What's the YouTube
I am-
channel? I believe that is like at Black Tabby Games. If you go to YouTube and you look up Black Tabby Games or you look up Slay the Princess trailer or something, you'll be able to find it there. And we'll of course let people on our Discord know when the VOD is up and provide a link. Watching this in a cinema, the grind is real. Did you put it on the big screen, or are you the film, the person who has to manually crank the film device to make it go?
The cranker.
The cranker. That's how movies work, right?
Yeah, the movie cranker. You know the
Yeah.
movie cranker.
Yeah, everyone knows the movie cranker.
Cranking it at the movies. That classic phrase.
I love cranking it at the movies.
Kartov asks who picks the perspectives that'll be explored. We've got a list on our end. We're the ones who have chosen what you will see.
We are the players.
Yeah, I have actually specifically requested, and I do apologise for this chat because I know it's a favourite of a lot of people. I did request we avoid the adversary just because the stubborn is very hard on my voice, which is fine when I'm doing isolated recordings. But for this sort of long playthrough, I was like, I don't want to be doing the stubborn too much.
Yeah, that's fair.
forcing Nicole to do the adversary would also be evil.
Oh, I didn't have to, you know.
It's like, especially if we went through to Eye of the Needle, like, it's just shouting. Which is beautiful, and I love it, and you did an incredible job, but I think it would probably murder you.
Like, to be fair, the stubborn will probably turn up here and there. It's
Yeah,
just
I
like
think
the
so.
adversary is so much him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
wow,
fair.
half of the way through a level 10 hype train.
Jeez.
Alright, we
good
can get
job.
started now.
Yeah.
I think
One
I
of
fixed
those-
my audio issue, so I think I'm good to go.
Yeah,
Great.
we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you
Awesome.
great now. So we've teased an announcement in the lead up to this stream, and we're going to be cool people who front load the stream with the announcement instead of making you
watch
wait
the whole thing.
for like 4 hours. Yeah, so we are very happy with how the game has turned out, and we're very grateful for all of the support that we've received. But now that the dust has settled from the launch, Abby and I have got talking, and we feel like there are some ways that Slay the Princess can be made even better. So we're happy to announce here a free expansion coming out sometime next year that will add several new chapters, expand several others, and add some other stuff too that we won't talk about just yet, so that we can talk about it more later.
Because really, like, what this has really taught you is that you and Abby, you just don't work hard enough.
No,
You know, you just need to do more stuff.
we're never allowed to be finished.
No. Music it up.
Yes, it was our hubris for saying, I am so glad that this project is done, finished, and complete
Right?
for good.
Uh-huh.
It's definitely over.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm just gonna go.
I mean, I was so happy for you that it was done.
Chad says Clown Princess will be real. Stop it. Stop it.
I'm really, I want to hear Nicole's clown voice though.
Do it.
I do want to hear
Clown.
Nicole's clown voice.
Oh my gosh, that would be fun actually.
Sneak peek. New princess drop.
So I guess that's the announcement. We don't have anything else to say about that right now.
No.
But the price of the game will remain the same. The
But
update
this
will
is
be
really
free.
It.
What-
For real, it's
what?
really it.
Yeah,
After this
this
is
will
done.
be it. This is going to contain everything that we feel we still want to expand upon in the game. Should be cool. Will we ever learn what the pristine blade is? It's in the text. It's a pristine blade.
It's a cool knife.
It's a cool knife. It's shiny. It does its job.
We should have called it that. That's way...
Zachary Callahan, the announcement is free expansion next year.
Yeah. Okay. Well.
It's right there on the screen. Let me now go get this turned up. And then also, hold on a second. I know how to use OBS.
You know how to use a computer. It's fine. Will we be able to romance the dagger? Greg, stop it.
That's
dare
been the
you.
question since day one, right?
I mean,
What?
what is the razor root if not romancing the dagger?
You know what? You're right. You're right.
How does game music sound compared to people's voices?
Everybody talk at once.
Yeah, so consider this a test of how I'm going to be saying the volumes test. I was talking fine just a
It's
second
loud,
ago,
they
and then
say.
you're like, say some words so we can get a level, and I'm like, words? What?
So professional. Got it.
Okay, how is it now? This is good? Everyone says this is good?
Everyone seems happy.
We're testing it.
You're on a stream in the computer. And at the end of the stream are some developers. You're here to enjoy their work.
Oh my gosh, we are.
Incredible.
You heard him. That's what
Alright.
you're looking
I'm going to click new game, and we're gonna start. Just to confirm, yes, voices are off. I'm gonna hide the quick menu.
I can't hear the stream.
Wait, you
because
can't
it's
hear
muted.
on Discord?
Don't listen to me. Don't look
Okay,
at
it was
me. Don't
muted.
perceive
Alright,
me.
so we're good. We're good. Alright, here we go. What if we leave the computer? That is a level of existential horror that I don't think any of us can even answer.
Alright. We're clicking.
Here we go.
Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Can't someone else do this?
Can't tell.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Do we get a prize? Do we get some sort of reward for doing this?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Okay. I want more details, though. Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward just for you, and whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Oh.
Sounds pretty good.
I don't trust this. I'm gonna turn around.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we've been asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can be saved after all.
We're turning
We're
around again.
leaving.
Yeah, we're just out of here.
Don't tell
You're
me what to
really
do.
keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of this situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. All these people have come here to watch you slay a princess, and you're just not doing it.
I don't care. I'm not
No.
killing a princess, unless you want a different one.
I want good. Maybe everyone should die. It's what they get for dumping me in the woods and asking me to kill someone for them.
That's great.
When I said everyone, I meant everyone. That's a pretty large group to just condemn to death over a single princess. And last I checked, you're part of everyone too, so if you think about it, walking up to that cabin and slaying her is really in your best interests as well. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah? Well, I guess I start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of this place.
There's always a choice, but let me tell you right now that you are making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen. At first, it's little flickers out the corner of your eyes, glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light. In every direction there is a path and a cabin, and not just a cabin, the cabin, an infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
Looks fine.
What Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world. You've doomed us all. You know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everybody dies. Chapter 2. The Stranger. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Click.
Oh, I see. The menu pops up. I know about our game. Let's see. Oh, you're in for it this time. Put up my fist.
Yeah, I'm wise to your tricks. Oh.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking. He's like a captive audience. The entire world ending wasn't enough to get rid of us. I don't think there's much he can do other than object. I wonder what else we could do to ruin his day. If by ruining my day you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you can pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Alright. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to the cabin.
A warning, before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Proceed.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors all projected across what's almost the same space, but it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, enough that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyways? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess, and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, you've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Oh. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Something that's very fun about the music here is this is all of the tracks for all of the princesses. Brandon, how many tracks are playing at any given moment for this? Because you fade some in and out.
Yeah, it's like I think 7 or 8 total, and they're just kind of weaving up and down in volume and panning around.
It was one of those things that we thought would be a very cool idea for the Stranger, and then we had no idea if it would actually sound good, and then it did.
It did.
Which is so cool.
I was terrified.
Alright, so we're taking the blade, right?
We take knife.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Okay, fine, you took the knife, but you really shouldn't hold it like that. Then how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. We look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom.
You're so right for this.
It doesn't really matter how you hold the blade as long as you have it. Just make a choice.
We should listen to him.
Yeah.
I want to look cooler.
Me too. I trust this man.
You switch your grip on the blade. Congratulations. Yes, isn't this so much better? Okay, fine, you're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess already.
Okay.
Toss it. Toss it.
You want to toss it?
Toss it.
Okay.
You got it.
Yes! Do it! Seriously? You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
Do not look at the mirror.
Do not look at the
I don't
mirror.
wanna
But
see
there's a mirror.
No, there isn't.
I loved having to write 50,000 iterations of go up to the mirror. What mirror? You know, the mirror. There isn't one.
Then you go up and then it vanishes and it's a bad zoom in on the wall because I didn't draw a special wall for all of them.
It looks great.
Enter
Alright,
the basement.
we'll
It's
enter
so
the
good.
basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases, all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent that there is at once. An odor that is simultaneously everything, and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing.
I warned you about those stairs.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No. No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're going to die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward, and whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? The fate of the world hinges on your success. There's still plenty of ways to ruin his day.
Alright, we got a lot of
All right,
talk
we've
about
got-
which stairs people
Yeah,
want.
so some people want soft stairs, some want hard stairs. How do I do a poll?
Slash poll space which stairs, and it should prompt you for stuff, I think.
This princess who lives in this basement knows a lot about
Which
live
stairs?
streaming.
Soft stairs, parentheses right, hard
This basement is
stairs,
an accessibility nightmare, I'm just gonna say.
middle
Yeah, this
stairs,
is not ADA compliant.
centrist option. I'll just say centrist option, I don't have enough space to hold.
Take the elevator? Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh, why didn't we think of an elevator? That would have been so much easier.
Alright. We've got a poll running right now. Another fun little piece of trivia. The bit where the narrator's all like, if the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. That was a little bit of an ad-lib from Johnny. It was there in chapter 1, but it wasn't there for all of the chapter 2s.
It's
And
one of
he
It was
added
there for most of, like, it was
Yeah.
it was there for a couple of them, and like I really enjoyed just doing it in the exact same tone, regardless of what the horrific thing that was being described, and it just kind of became a thing.
Yeah,
it's
it
one
was
of
very
his 10
funny.
cool phrases.
Yeah, it's like, it's a part of his pre-rehearsed script. So he always, like, tonally jumps into it.
Yeah, we want wait, what is it? Kiki or Booba?
Yeah, no, that wasn't copy pasted. That's every route has me doing like a new but the same reading of that line.
Yeah.
I love it.
Alright, soft stairs to the right wins. Booba stairs.
I what? Wait, what?
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like you're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you, and you don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way.
A Booba stairs in terms of the Kiki
But the
and
further
Booba
you go,
thing.
Yes, the
the
dichotomy.
deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequences. It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into the comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endlessly repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten. Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity, and at the heart of it, an emotion that can only be described as...
Are you okay?
What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange, like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement. Don't forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. you're here to... He's just being an ass, we remember. I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit. Try to get our bearings. She seems normal.
Zachary Callahan asks, wait, wasn't the line, can I help you or anything? Actually, what set of stairs you take changes the stranger route a bit.
Yeah, just a bit. A smidge.
We wanted to make sure that even on the more linear chapters, subsequent playthroughs of the same routes...
there are so many tiny variations to like lines in there. It's amazing.
All of you know about that. The people who are forced to read them over and over again.
Alright, do we want the emo one or the monster one first?
Oh, emo.
For all I know, you're locked down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
I don't know why I'm here, but there has to be a reason, right? You don't just lock a princess away in a place like this without a reason. I wish I knew what it was. But you know, right? You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen, or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
And all of the different variations of the stranger have different hand positions to denote their status. Abby,
They're
very
a little
clever
different.
about
Yeah,
that.
I redrew all of them.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you've been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters, but I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them if it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. New plan! Let's see if we can make even more of her!
Let's get the spooky one now.
Yeah.
Oh, that option's gone. I guess it'll come back after the next one.
What's your name?
What's your name?
You can call me Princess if you'd like. It doesn't matter. I've been down here for so long. What's the point of a name if there's no one around to use it?
There's more of you now.
Astute.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best. I don't feel like I've gotten any bigger. There must be something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I, which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start? You could always start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty in my suggestions. I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. It kind of hurts to think about it all, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Well, take this
Is the
explore.
monster gone forever?
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here, but at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either. I thought they would send someone better to deal with me. If the stairs manage to chew you up, I will devour you.
She's got that power pose with her hands, the pyramid of evil.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you? We're probably stuck down forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
What are you gonna do? We let you out of here.
Are you looking for the truth? Or are you looking for the right answer? What do you want me to say? That I'd be a good person? I'm a prisoner here, and whether or not you shoved me down here, you're practically my captor at this point. Anything I'd say is tainted by that. Besides, you already know what I'm going to do. If you want to put an end to me, then put an end to me.
Not a single real answer. At least aside from this blood and destruction, it's infuriating, isn't it? Whose buttons are there for us to press? Whose skin is there for us to get under? Not exactly how I'd put it, but I don't disagree. There must be something we can do. Asking questions just seems to make things worse. This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her. Just do something! Do anything! Do all of it if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Oh, this seems bugged.
Oh yeah, we
I
should report
should
this.
Oh, wow,
report
so
this to
weird.
the developers.
Sorry.
Can't believe you released a broken game.
Yeah, what the heck?
Okay,
We're
well, I
so
have to
rude. We
stream now
didn't
and
think anyone
tired.
would do this rude.
Wait, that's not right. Go on.
No, Rylosphere, that's not bugged, but we've gotten like 100 bug reports about it from people who hover it and then take a screenshot before clicking to see what happens if you click it.
It's so funny.
You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions.
5.
You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her, bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't...
I wanted to say about this. This is not like an effect or anything. I just drew them like this. Same here.
Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all falls apart. I think he's gone. We were never gonna salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead and others that, well, they just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's also uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
Oh, you're doing so good.
We should help her. I think we did this. Surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please?
No.
No, don't be mean.
It's going to be okay. But you don't know. Oh, sorry, this is us. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear you reply. She's gone, replaced with something else.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Do you want to take this? Up to the mirror, I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should. No, don't do that.
I'm doing it.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it.
It's you. So a fun trivia fact, this track that's playing when you're in the long quiet is actually all Johnny's voice. So Brandon sampled each of the different voices that you can get from Johnny over the course of the game and used them to make the track.
Yeah, I'm currently doing it live.
Yeah, it's throat singing.
It was a lot of fun to mangle up those vocals.
Perfect.
You nailed it in one shot. Could have saved me so much work if you could do that.
You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. It looks different this time.
Yeah.
I can't put my finger on it.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Let's just go through them.
Okay.
What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I'm a person. Actually, no, we'll do the explore first. Solitary lights. What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections. A dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
I'm a person.
A person. A set of eyes witnessing from one perspective. I think that you are more like me than you are like a person. We are oceans reduced to shallow creeks.
The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond, perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths unwalked. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything, until we meet again.
How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished, dry, hollow.
I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
I want to see how much pain I put streamers through with this option.
Are you?
Yeah, we're gonna
All
wait.
right.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
All right, great stream, everyone.
Now set your computer forward to the year 3000.
Good job, everyone.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, this does go up to
Like
Millennia.
yeah, millennia. But then Tony, to test it out, because we had Nicole read all of these voice lines, but to test it out, Tony Y3K'd himself. And the computer was busted for a little bit, so
Whoops.
oopsie daisy.
Tony is the original Millennium Bug.
Let me know when it comes back up,
Yeah.
because I might have to
it's back up.
Okay. It's not for us. You might have to reshare it.
Oh,
Okay.
that's... Oh, man, I should have done, like, a full desktop share.
Yeah, we should have done like a tech rehearsal or something for the...
I was just planning to not do this part, but the temptation was strong.
Hey.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
Hear this
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 1. the hero, and the princess. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Time to turn around and leave again. Now we're gonna go to the cabin. Sweet! I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution!
That's the spirit! You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, chat. Blade or no blade? Here, I'll do a little poll real quick.
So many blades, oh my gosh.
Bunch of bloodthirsty.
It's like
princess
Julius
like-
Caesar up in this joint.
Bloodthirsty. Oh my god.
But now will chat reflect the lurkers?
The
Well, wow,
bloodlust.
50-50. Oh.
Hopefully they're not like my chat that intentionally tries to tie every single poll I ever put up.
Well, they're doing a very good job of this.
Every time.
Back.
Clown nose. You're right. Should have been a clown nose.
Wow.
Tie is too much work.
My chat's throwing a lot of knives too. Seems like there's a lot of knife love.
It's currently at the cursed ratio.
Oh.
Well, I suppose we know what we're doing.
Well, blade it is.
Blade it is.
51.
You take the blade from the table. It would be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. Almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hey, think I'm here to kill you?
No, are you now? Why don't you come on down and let me take a look at you?
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yeah.
What happens if you click this one? Did I write something to address the fact that you said you would?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
Gotta fix that for next time.
Sorry.
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine, we can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Oh, some folks in chat are asking about the stranger design between the demo and the final, and it's a whole complicated thing.
Yeah.
I think we have it in posts and whatnot somewhere.
The short of it is, so originally she was going to be filled with bugs. She was like a bug hive mind.
Yeah, Skin Suit Princess is kind of
but
where we started.
all of the other chapter 2s, like, we were able to still have a breadth of decisions while limiting the scope in a way that was, like, carved around the relationship you already had with her from chapter 1. And the stranger was just this, wound up in a spot where, when we tried writing her, like, there wasn't a relationship because she's the stranger. And it just felt like a complete repeat of chapter 1, but weird chapter 1.
Yeah.
So
it was going to be a ridiculous scope, and it wasn't really like meshing with the way you get to the stranger. So this is more kind of you accidentally stripped away the exterior of the game, and you get to see its insides, and that's sort of what happens there. Anyway.
Yeah. So take your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking, are you? Scared of me? Because you should be.
I would say wild in execution is kind of close to what a good execution of that stranger route would have been. So we won't be going back to explore Bug Princess. She was just something abandoned in development. Generally, we like to cut things that aren't working for us.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
God, this is like exactly how you read it. That's nuts.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Sorry, can we just talk?
Undo.
You're so close! Don't give up! You've come this far! No, this is a good idea. Maybe we can de-escalate things.
Oh, threatened, are we? You poor thing. Drop the knife, and of course we can talk.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Well, then I'm not talking to you.
Squint.
The squint, not the fine. I guess we're at an impasse.
I guess we're at an
Everyone
impasse.
does the squint on stream.
Okay. I guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already! Or drop the blade. Do something.
Are you sure you don't want to talk?
Yeah, I'm sure.
For goodness sake, the two of you can't just stand around like this forever. Eventually, something is going to give, and I highly recommend that you be the one to take the initiative here.
Drop the blade.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Such a good size.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So, here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
A relationship? Are you coming on to me?
Don't jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this? This isn't talking.
Okay, we've talked enough. Right? We've talked enough.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure which one we're going for.
Have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Bye!
That seems like a pretty good compromise. Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. You can make it easier for both of us if you help. And if you don't, I can promise that you'll come to regret that decision.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
I made my choice. I'm locking her in the basement.
I know you think this is a fair compromise, but it isn't. No one wins here. It's a chance we'll have to take. We can make this work. If we just stay here and keep watch, no one has to die.
You're making a mistake.
You turn your back to the princess and make your way to the stairs.
It won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. Either way, she dropped her mask, didn't she? You can still turn around and finish the job.
We're sticking to the plan and locking her down here. Game.
You'll be the death of all of us. But fine. Have it your way. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay. We can make this work. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. You make things easy on yourself and let me out. It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. And it's probably a good idea to try and get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying, like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare.
If you're cold, she's cold. Let her in.
As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I'm here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
That doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Go to sleep. I'm feeling so sleepy.
Sleepy time now. Ignore her and go to sleep.
The rhythm of her banging on the door is lulling
I
me
like the
into a
response
pleasant
to that.
dream.
So all of this was just an act, wasn't it? You're not really innocent or harmless. You're not even a princess. You're a monster.
I can be innocent and harmless if I want to be. Teasing me with fresh air and a chance to finally live freely doesn't inspire me to play nice.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Let me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach.
Yeah, Nicole, you're cutting out a little at the beginning of some of your lines.
It's because of Discord.
Okay.
I can try to fix the...
Whose side are you on? Yours, of course, but I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look so well. A little green around the gills.
So many people did not realize that green around the gills was a turn of phrase and thought that was part of the Slayer's body.
Yeah, I've heard that a lot.
Fish bird!
We got it all. Land and sky.
What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
Flying fish.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know that this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Man, I'm gonna have to fix that door at some point, aren't I?
No.
Chapter 2. The Nightmare.
The door intentionally moves in different directions at this point.
Alright.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's always get the intro for the new voice. She's gonna kill me again!
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us? That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Let's just go to the cabin.
We get it now.
A warning, before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away. It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
It just feels like I'm listening to the normal game. This is
Yeah.
nuts.
Abby, we're gonna need someone to do the mantra.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time. It's just an empty frame. She's already gotten out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out, but if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. Yes, so deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits and only you can do it.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall. Take the blade.
Take that blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Good. Steel can't lie to us. Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Can we have a bomb? The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Let's go in the basement.
I know enough of this place now.
The mirror will come.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps surrounded in darkness. More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
Well, I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
How hard is it to throw a knife?
It can't be that hard. And then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is enough to even do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
We don't need a plan. I'm just gonna kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right
I
now.
like this one.
Alright.
Just jump off into the void.
You attempt to step off the stairs and into the pitch black surrounding them, but you're stopped by an invisible force. Why did you do that? What did you think would happen?
I was curious.
Congratulations, you really lucked out. Of all the things that could have happened from stepping into a void, nothing is quite possibly the best outcome you could have gotten. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere! And there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed! Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is? No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who just matter-of-factly describes whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Well, I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Let's do nothing.
That's a great idea.
You decide it's best to do Nothing.
There you are. I told you I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you, too. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think! What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
Your vision cuts out as your blood begins to coagulate. It's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs. Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open. Lungs, liver. What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure you want that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left. Yes, I'm sure. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath. Lungs, liver.
Or we could just let Johnny suffer.
Lungs.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead, even if you look ridiculous.
Liver. She isn't attacking us. Why? Lungs. The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Nerves. The weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late. Nerves.
We're gonna chat.
Lung. Liver. Nerves. Heart.
Why won't you
Lungs.
finish me off?
Liver. Nerves.
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, well, I don't have to.
Nerves.
Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Liver. Nerves. The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear. Nerves.
If I want to see you gone,
Lungs.
all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart. Lungs. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static, and then... Shit! Hey, snap out of it! Okay, deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
One moment, and then you're gone.
Lungs,
Just
liver,
like
nerves.
that.
Heart, lungs,
Ah, and there's the fear.
lungs, liver. She pulls away. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it?
Lungs,
Oh, I've already done that.
nerves, heart, lungs,
What
liver,
happened after you killed me
nerves.
last time?
heart, lungs.
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me.
Liver,
So I started to drag your body out with me, and then,
lungs, liver,
well, you died before I could get it to the door. And then I was here. And now you're here too.
heart.
I don't think I can leave without you. And dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Lungs, liver, nerves,
You need me alive.
Heart.
Then why did you threaten me on
Lungs.
the stairs?
liver,
Why didn't you try
Nerves.
being nice to me?
heart, lungs,
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
heart, lungs,
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option.
liver,
But it looks like that's not the problem anymore.
heart,
At least not for me.
liver,
You
nerves,
seem miserable.
lungs, liver, nerves.
I was sent here to stop you from destroying the world. I can't just let you leave.
Nerves. Heart.
I know. You told me last time.
Liver. Nerves.
Destroy is such an unenlightened way of putting it.
Liver.
So sudden, so violent,
Heart.
so little nuance.
Liver. Nerves.
I'm not going to destroy the world, but I am going to hold it in my hands and squeeze it.
Heart.
I'm going to make it afraid,
Liver.
just like I've made you afraid.
Lungs. Liver.
The world needs fear, doesn't it?
Heart.
Every terror I bring would make such good time so much better. I'm practically doing a public good.
Nerves.
So what harm is there really in letting me out?
Liver. Nerves.
People will
will
die
die
if
if
you
you
do
do
to
to
them
them.
what you've done to me.
Liver.
People die when you kill them.
Lungs. Liver.
But everyone dies eventually. They're all full of wet, writhing things, and in the end, each and every one of them gets unwound. And then those things get to become a new everybody, just to come apart all over again.
Heart. Lung. Liver.
All I want to be is there for it. I want to watch it happen, and maybe do a little unwinding myself. Is that really so much to ask?
Liver. Nerves. Heart.
And if I let you out,
Lungs.
what then?
Liver.
Do we
go
go
our
our
separate
separate
ways?
ways?
Heart. Lungs.
Oh no, definitely not.
Nerves.
If you're what I need to leave this
Lungs.
place,
Liver.
chances are you're pretty useful.
Heart.
I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
Lungs. Liver. Nerves.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to take good care of you.
Liver.
I
Nerves.
promise.
Heart.
Seems like a
Lungs.
pretty sick deal.
Liver. Nerves.
Being around you is agony. I'm not going to stick around.
Liver. Nerves.
We both know that you don't have a say here, so you should just look on the bright side.
Heart. Lungs.
I don't know what the bright side is for you, but I'm positive you can find it if you look hard enough.
Liver. Nerves.
I'll
I'll
just
just
die
die
then.
Love. Liver.
And then we'll wind up right back where we started. Round and round we'll go. I wonder what will be different next time.
Lungs.
Maybe we'll actually be able to move a limb.
Nerves.
Who knows?
Heart. Lungs. Liver.
But I'm always going to win.
Heart. Lungs.
Are you sure about
Liver.
that? Give it another
Nerves.
try, and I'm bound to
Heart.
win eventually.
Lungs.
And maybe you don't want to
Liver.
come back like I
Nerves. Heart.
Is
Lungs.
that a bet you're willing to
Liver.
take?
Nerves.
Imagine climbing a mountain of lifetimes, and when you finally reach the summit, when you finally win,
Lungs.
the only view you find is me.
Heart. Lungs.
And then I push you, and you go tumbling all the way down those millions upon millions of battered and broken pieces of you that couldn't make the cut.
Liver. Nerds.
What then?
Heart.
Would you have it in you to climb again?
Liver.
It sounds like a lot of effort for nothing, when instead we could just leave this place together,
Nerves.
hand in
Lungs.
hand.
Liver. Nerve. Heart. Lungs. Liver.
Hey, no, let's ask that
Nerves.
one.
Heart.
If you want to work together,
Lungs.
can you at least turn off
Liver.
this whole organs
Nerves.
shutting down situation?
Heart.
Sure.
Lungs.
I am what I am.
Nerve.
It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Liver. Nerve. Heart. Lung.
Alright, yeah, we should show
Can we
Journey
free-
Heart.
some signs of mercy.
Liver.
I'm not doing any of this. I'm not helping you leave,
Lung.
and I'm not going to try and
Liver.
kill you, so do
Nerves.
your worst.
Heart.
Toss the blade and
Lungs.
remain with your
Liver.
nightmare.
Nerves. Heart. Are you serious? You fling the blade into the void, denying yourself the opportunity to ever slay her and finish your mission. Heart. Lung. Liver. Nobody's happy here. But maybe it's for the best. Heart. Lungs.
You poor
Liver.
deluded thing.
Nerves.
Do you think a
Heart.
single moment of bravery
Lungs.
changes you into
Liver.
something you're not?
Nerves.
I am what I am,
Lungs.
and you're
Liver.
always going to be a
Nerves.
coward.
Heart, lungs, liver. She raises her hand to her mask and pulls it down. You don't get the chance to see what lies beneath it before it envelops you. Like a creeping mold, the complete reality of your existence threads its way through your mind. Birth, death, birth again. Decay and bloom, a million stitches from a million microscopic wounds you've inflicted on everyone you've ever met, with every muscle you've moved and every word you've ever spoken. No, no, no!
Let me out.
Your existence hurts them.
Let me out!
A lonely soul in a room by itself, weeping. It lives for 80 years and then it's gone. And then it's there again.
Let me out!
A reprieve, a good life, love, children, a steady career, recognition from your peers. Here one moment, gone the next. The worms have found their orifices.
Let me out!
Diagnosis. It forgets everything it is. Anger, rage, distance, poverty. The lonely soul is lonely again. Love turns to mockery. It dies. It is reborn. Worse. Lonelier.
Let me out!
No. What's happening to us?
Let me out!
This is all too much. I can't keep going. You can't keep going. What are you talking about?
But he doesn't respond.
Oops, I think I broke you. I'll see you soon. You'll know what to do.
Your body is dead, but you live on.
Chapter 3, Chapter 4, 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 10.
Lungs, liver.
The moment of clarity. You're on a path in the... Shit! What the hell was that? Who are we? What are we doing? There was a princess, I think. It is also fuzzy. It hurts when I try to remember. I think we were trying to save the world? You shouldn't know about the princess, at least not until You've already been here, haven't you? I guess. It feels so long ago, almost like we've never left. We have to let her out. No, that's the opposite of what you're here to do. You're here to slay her. Slay? We decided not to do that, didn't we? Yeah, we're supposed to let her out. It's really the only way this works out for us. If you think about it, she's the one with the power here. Nobody else can do much of anything. No, we were supposed to keep her trapped there forever, I think. We're supposed to be unfeeling. How many times do I have to tell you to snuff out your heart? We can't be unfeeling, not when there's so much to fear everywhere. There's nothing for us to do. We've already tried everything. We love her, so we have to set her free. Can we love something that hates us? Can we love something that hurts us? To be given an ounce of kindness from something so cruel would be more pure than any other love. Why are there so many of us? There aren't supposed to be so many of us. This is bad. You need to get a grip. What did you let happen? How many times have you been here?
I think
We should
they're
not
all...
torment people, yes, or...
They're all wrong.
Mhm.
We're gonna explore.
Of course we're wrong. She's the only one that's right. Yes, obviously they're all wrong. What are you going to do about it?
Don't worry, chat. We'll be taking 5 after this route's done. Getting back to his earlier question, how many times have you all been here?
Many, many, many times. It feels like we've been here forever, but it also feels like we've barely been here at all. It doesn't matter. Yes, we just have to do what she says, and then everything will be fine. It won't. It will be for us. She said so. You're part of everything. If things aren't fine for everything, they won't be fine for you. There's no difference between fine and not fine. It just goes on and on.
That doesn't make sense. I only remember being here twice before this, and some of you don't seem to remember being here at all. Was I here those other times? Did someone else make the decisions?
What does here even mean, if you really think about it? Shut up! You were here. Every single time. You did your best, really. It was just a pecking order. And our cruel, beautiful goddess sits atop of it, right where she's always belonged. You're lucky. What I would give to be able to forget. I've tried to keep them numb, but they're all too soft. A shame, really.
If I don't remember what I did, then it couldn't have been me that did it.
Don't think about that too hard. All it will do is weaken your resolve and make it that much harder for you to slay her. Maybe you're shattered in your own way. Are you your memories? Or are you the one perceiving the present moment? Ugh, here you go, philosophizing again. It never goes anywhere. Yes, and this is far from the first time you've asked us about consciousness. Who am I? What am I? What is I? Who even cares? They're good questions, great questions, but they don't have any answers. And they all just end up in quivering torment. It doesn't matter what we do because we always find her, and if we don't find her, she always finds us. And then she smashes us into smaller pieces. If you all just stopped feeling, we could have been done with this ages ago. Your thoughts are far too scattered to rein back in. Your only option is to silence them.
Let's go to the cabin.
Yeah, let's go. Unless you want to just wait in the woods forever.
Nah.
You slowly make your way through the umbral forest, bumping against unseen trees as you grasp through the darkness for a way forward. But eventually, you do make it to the cabin, or rather, you make it to the place the cabin should have been. Instead, all you find is an empty hill. No, this isn't right. There's a cabin there. There's always supposed to be a cabin there. Don't ask him about the mirror. He always says he never sees it. He always lies. And he always makes it gone. It's exhausting. We must be such a mess, but we never get a chance to fix ourselves. That thing is mocking us. Stay focused. You still have a job to do, and it's best not to be distracted by fraying thoughts. There is no mirror. You know that as well as I do. She's still here, buried deep inside the earth. Just walk up the hill. You always give too much space to the others. It's why you always lose.
What's wrong with giving them space? What if it helps them? What if they need to be heard?
They've been heard too much. It's why they are the way they are. Exactly. They are delusions, and all that catering to them will do is drag you down to their level. You have to keep moving. Or you could just give up.
Approach the mirror.
You walk up the hill, hesitating just beyond the bounds of the cabin. The cabin that isn't there. You've got to clean the mirror, haven't you? You've got to see what's in it. Smash it to pieces. She's on the other side, and we have to let her out. It's the only way we can be free. It's the only way we can have our thoughts back. Just Go around it. Just do something. It doesn't matter what. Exactly. I'm sure that whatever you settle on, it'll be the best possible decision you could have made.
Proceed.
Proceed? Proceed to where? I'm afraid you're going to have to be a little more specific. That's a new one. Do you think it'll work? Of course it'll work. He always makes the best decisions. It's why he gets to make them. If it already has worked, and it already has worked, it's gone. Don't you see? You're one step closer to her. The interior of the cabin is much the same as the exterior of the cabin. A dull, fuzzy, dreamlike nothing. It's empty and isolating, but there's just enough vague shape and unknown texture to suggest the structure therein, wrong and unsettling as it may be. The only object of note is a pristine blade buried in the dirt floor, a hint of its shining edge teasing through the sediment. I know what I'm saying.
Fired.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. Take it. It's the only way forward.
Take the blade. It's the only way forward. You've already tried everything else. Don't you remember? You have to take the blade.
You reach down to take the blade, but as you do, the ground beneath it shifts, the weapon sinking deep into the earth. You lean over the hole and gaze into the abyss. It is so very deep. Deep in the bowels of the earth, you see something staring back at you. It fills you with dread. It's her. She's watching us. She never stops watching us.
You really are a coward.
With every word she speaks, the princess in the pit blinks closer.
I was joking when I said that way back when. You know that, right?
And closer.
I was having some fun, and I guess I wanted to see if I could melt you.
And closer.
Watching over me forever? That was so brave.
And closer.
But forever is so long, and time erodes everything. Except for me. I've already taken your will, and you're not getting it back. All that's left is for you to take my hand and let me out. It'll be so much fun, you and me, together, exploring the world and spreading fear wherever we go. Well, mostly just me, but you'll get to be there too. A trinket that gets to stay with me all the time, right by my side. A witness. I can even make you a little cage if you want, gilded and everything. Now don't pause. Don't try to resist. I've already molded you into what I need, and you lost your power so long ago. Don't bother working yourself into a frenzy to get it back.
Do something. Do anything that isn't taking her hand. What are we supposed to do? She took our weapon. This really was a lost cause, wasn't it? You sealed our fate when you refused to kill her. Kill or be killed. Yes, I suppose you're right. Oh well. There's no paralysis anymore. Is it because we've already given her what she wants?
You're just an object, a tool. You once were something else a long time ago. But what was that something you? Or is it just a dull and jaded memory? There is no other ending here. Just take her hand and set her free.
You extend your hand to hers. For all her past cruelties, the moment feels gentle. Tender, even. I can't believe you just made me say that. I hate you. The motion is difficult at first, as if something still resists your effort. But then that resistance gives way, and it's over.
And that's the end! I wonder what we're going to do next. I didn't think it'd be so tired.
The princess,
Exhausted, slumps.
Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Yeah, I can finally think again. Almost. That mirror's back. What does that mean for us? I'm sure it'll be whisked away just like her. Maybe it won't be gone. Things are different now, aren't they? It doesn't seem like there's much else to do here. Finally, we can smash it! Oh, will you stop with the smashing? What do we say, boys? One last vain attempt to look at ourselves. Yeah, I think I'd like that. Sounds like we've got a majority. All that's left is to give it a look.
Approach the mirror. You
step towards the mirror once more. Its secrets remain hidden. Its mysteries remain unresolved. Sorry.
Something tells me that this is the end of the line. But don't feel bad about it. I'm ready. It feels okay. The fear's gone. I'm done fighting. My heart feels quiet. The game was always going to end. I'll be free of all of you. I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to sleep. I'm just ready to be anywhere that isn't here. Boys, it's been an honor.
Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much have you changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
Hi, Amelia.
Hi, Amelia.
You did such a good job.
That's the vocalist here.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want to know is myself and to know you.
We're skipping that one.
Okay.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
You have been... Oh, we're doing this
Which one? Why?
Oh, yeah.
You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met. Why?
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
What do you want me to bring you next time?
Do you want some KFC or you feeling a hamburger?
Gifts
Cornetto.
aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Do you have any thoughts
Hi,
on this?
Amelia.
Jump scare.
This one is filled with sadness, a doll abandoned to the company of her darkest impulses. She desires only companionship, but the only thing she knows is how to hurt. She will make for a tender heart. Do not mourn her. She has finally found her way home.
I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve textures around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
Hi Wahoo, thanks for gifting subs, and anyone who's subbed or gifted subs that I have missed in the past hour and change, thank you so much, we appreciate it.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective. You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
I'm ready to go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me what time I need to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark,
and you die.
Let's pause here. Take 5.
Yeah, that was
everyone.
that was a root.
You guys are awesome.
I did
That was
not
incredible.
expect you to keep the heart, lungs, liver, nerves thing
Yeah, that was
going.
very good.
I
I
was
mean,
sitting ready to
I'm when I'm hired to do a job, I do the job.
Okay.
I was just
We're
waiting. Like, is
gonna-
Johnny going to ask me to take over the background vocals or what?
I whispered to Abby to do it.
It's basically music at this point, Brandon. You do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Brandon, you take over during the break. Answer some questions. Go for
I would
it.
have. Yeah, I could do that. I could do that. If anyone has any questions for me, I will.
Yeah.
I will answer while everyone takes a break.
I'm going to leave mics on and just
Sure.
we'll
I'm gonna
ask some questions as people pop in and out.
grand. I'm gonna go get some more water and another cup of tea. I think.
Yeah.
It'll probably
Nice.
be
Something
5-10
like that.
minutes.
Should we do tea?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Probably
it.
good for us. All right. Good luck, everyone.
I'll hang out with you, Brandon. I have so much tea.
Woohoo!
Wahoo!
I'm so glad Amelia's in the chat.
I
was
know,
waiting for her to
Amelia,
show up.
you're so
happy.
good. Your music makes me cry still. I just wanted you to know. Your singing is so good.
So if I can take a minute just to explain how that all happened, it's really cool because when Tony and Abby first kind of told me about the like idea behind the shifting mound, I said it would be really cool if the first time you meet the mound, there's just like a vocal liners, like something totally different that's not anywhere else in the game. So we started talking about that idea, and then they sent me the reference track, which was City of Tears from Hollow Knight. And I was like, I actually kind of know Amelia. Do you want me to reach out and see if she'd be interested? And then the rest is history. So thank you, Amelia, so much for joining the project. It's like obviously the best music in the game are the tracks where Amelia's involved. So I am forever indebted to her for that. But yeah, that's how it happened.
I think what's really funny about the shifting mound tracks is I love Hollow Knight. It's one of my favorite games. I have multiple Hollow Knight one Hollow Knight tattoo, soon to be multiple. And I was playing Hollow Knight on stream one day, and Brandon comes by and he's like, "Hey, are you playing Hollow Knight because of the news?" And I was like, "What do you mean? What news?" And he messaged me. He's like, "Amelia is going to be singing in the game." And it's like, "What the fuck did you just say? Excuse me, what the fuck did you just say?" Because I love City of Tears. And when I got to the City of Tears part with, I want to say the name is Marissa, I lost it. It was so good. It just, it's so good. So I was very excited to hear that. And I had no idea. Brandon surprised me that day.
It's so funny that it worked out that way.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling through chat now and trying to see if we missed anything.
I know Chad asked if what our inspirations for voices were. Each princess had kind of like a different direction. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, and I guess like I could say anything. No one's watching me right now.
Right.
I want to say Fury was you're horny about fighting. Prisoner was Silence of the Lambs, Anthony Hopkins. Princess, obviously, the damsel is very Disney princess, and everything's going to be okay. But as she devolves more and more anime, do I have a favorite voice? I love Chad. I love the tower. I can't lie to you. I love the tower. You're just her little birds, and she's just so good. But I also really like Wild. I really love the witch, and Thorn is just my voice, but a little tired. So. That one's also a big fan of mine.
Someone asked what was like the most difficult track to write.
Like music
Transformation.
Track?
Transformation's so good.
Yeah, Transformation is that one. Between that and the Apotheosis, I spent so much time just tweaking things here and there. But in my opinion, they're the two best tracks from the game. So that also answers what is my favorite. My favorite piece of music in the game is probably Transformation, just because it's such a pivotal moment in the game. Finally seeing her,
Oh, Brandon, there's a question that actually I'm very interested in because you know how I feel about leitmotifs. What were some of them, and were there any big influences?
Oh man, so the motifs thing is kind of funny because back when we started this project, as far as like what I knew about it, this like the scope was a lot smaller, or at least what I was told. So like typically Tony like reveals things like as I'm working through it. So in the beginning it was just like, this game's about looping. We want something that can loop, and start back in on itself and just work that way. So it was actually the first thing I wrote for it. It was just this, this kind of descending arpeggio that ramps back into itself at the end. And then I chose those da 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 dun, those four notes that open up the melody. I chose those notes because I knew I could then tweak those into like their semitones, so I could make those four notes scary if I needed to. So like that was the whole premise for why I chose that melody, because I knew I could make it scary. But then the scary music ends up using a different chord progression altogether. So we have like two basic forms of the princess tracks in my mind. We've got the major version, which is the princess, the damsel, and then we have the minor version, which is like everything else.
What was the hardest voice for me to do? Tony, what was the voice that I took like 18 days to finally get right?
The Wraith.
Wraith, chat, Wraith. I don't
Wraith
know
was
why.
very hard.
I just
It
just
was okay. So I think there were a couple things. One, it took me too long to write parts of the script, so recordings that should have been done before you moved to a hotter place in late August wound up happening in 100-degree weather in late August. So I feel like that added some difficulty. And I don't know, like, so there's a handful of princesses that are, you know, kind of fusions or intersections of other princesses.
Mhm.
So the voice direction there kind of had to have this angle of, well, you have to take some of this princess and you have to take some of the other, so it makes sense if you're reaching this point from either. And the Wraith is that fusion of Nightmare and Spectre, which I think is a hard pair to blend.
Yeah, I had trouble, and it was super, 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 super hot. I'm not sure if this was asked, but how'd you get into the project, and which version of the princess would you hug? I would hug them all, every single one of them. And I got into the project because because Tony and Abby think I'm cool, I guess, which is weird to me
we
still.
liked your Scarlet Hollow stream.
They liked my Scarlet Hollow stream.
Nicole did voices for all of the characters when she played Scarlet Hollow, and we watch streams every now and then, and like sometimes people read lines or characters completely differently than you imagine them when you're writing them, and on very rare occasions they get it exactly right, and Nicole just consistently got it all right, so we knew that if we were going to do a project with voice acting at some point, that she was on our short list for female characters.
I cry.
Oh, I'm scrolling back through, man. I can't keep up with chat.
It's very hard to keep up
It's a
with
lot.
Princess
Plushies won. I want
We'll
plushies.
probably do plushies at some point next year. We care a lot about the quality of individual merch items. So we're still in the process of like finding the right partners to work with there. And also, like, Abby has been particularly crashed on this stuff, so she's taking a well-earned break from having to design more princess stuff.
And yet, oh yeah, merch in particular,
Yeah.
because designing princesses is
Also, I'm
That's
gonna
very
take a
fun.
quick 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Some tidbits about the creation of the
Oh,
transformation.
yeah. Aaron, go ahead and pin the Thorn poster. Y'all, there's a discounted Thorn poster crowdfunding right now through our shop. If you pre-order it, it's a pre-order period right now. If you pre-order it, it'll be like $2 cheaper than if you buy it after they're printed.
We are looking into all manners of merch that we haven't done before, and I'm very excited.
Yeah, what's very exciting here is there is the Scarlet Hollow community is deeply passionate, and they have bought so much little Scarlet Hollow merch, and I don't know how people still have space on their walls for those posters, but the size of the Slay the Princess community is big enough that we can maybe start considering things like figures. Are we considering an art book? Yes, we are. The main thing there is, again, with pretty much anything we do, we want it to be like quality that is worthy of the games. We don't want to rush anything out. So laying out an art book, especially with all of the art that is there for Slay the Princess and all of the commentary we'd want to do, would be a lot of work.
The biggest issue is I don't know how to do that personally, and I also, of course, have to get back to work on Scarlet Hollow, which I have now.
Yeah.
It's so much fun.
Abby's been plugging away at that script every day.
Yeah.
So anyone who had any concerns that there being like an expanded cut for Slay the Princess, meaning Scarlet Hollow Episode 5 will not come out next year, put those concerns away. Scarlet Hollow Episode 5 will come out next year.
Yeah, very excited about it. And I forgot what I was saying. Something about, oh yeah, so we would just have to make sure that somebody else could do all of the laying out of all of the art book stuff so that I can spend basically a week putting together all of the little like tidbits and all of the concept art that I have and sending it off to someone who knows how to use InDesign better than me.
I do see a couple highlighted questions I can answer really quick if you want me to.
Yeah, sure. I mean, send them our way. As long as they're not asking for deep lore explanations, which we will forever decline to give.
The inspiration for the Furies theme was actually initially much more like Diablo-esque, and then it just didn't ever really feel like it felt right, I don't think. And then we were like kind of leaned more into like a Doom soundtrack, I guess, is what I see. That's the comparison I see the most. Which
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we were working on the Fury track, the initial direction was something with like a similar acoustic guitar feel to the Tristram
Yeah.
theme in Diablo. But it just wasn't quite coming together.
Wasn't hitting right. A tidbit about transformation that people might like, transformations are really it's as far as like instruments going simultaneously, it's the biggest track I've ever done. So it's got a whole lot going on. But my favorite thing about it is when I was writing it, and so when I write, I have my MIDI keyboard and I'm like playing the strings or whatever. I messed up. I messed up playing what was supposed to be an E minor chord, and I forgot the progression at the time, and I played E flat on top of it, and it should have been really dissonant, but it sounded really really good. So that's what it is now. That's why the transformation uh, chord progression sounds different than everything else because I messed up. I was recording.
I've seen a couple questions about the design of the main character. So a lot of that is like kind of a bird and draconian influence, and that's kind of what we were going for there. Really, it's a lot of decisions that I made in the game are like, this feels correct, and I'm sure that there is a reason for it, but that's kind of a lot of the driving force. I just like consume a lot of media and then spit out other things. Anyway. But what was I gonna say? And of course, like his kind of relationship with death, your relationship with death, the narrator's relationship with death, and everything. It kind of like leans into this. You are corvids, which are associated with death, and also you are not human, and that's really important. Understanding that pretty early on, that just kind of a subversion of expectations in all ways. So we didn't go for a knight for the protagonist also because like he's not coming to rescue the princess. He is coming to be evil and do bad things. If we're going by like kind of the fairy tale ideas of it. Wow. I need more caffeine.
But the tea is too hot so far.
It's too hot.
Yeah, and like one of the things that we were very conscious about with especially chapter 1, and this extended to the inclusion of the mirror in the director's cut of the demo, was just undermining every angle of trust we could possibly undermine, and giving the player a monstrous form when they would expect otherwise was something that we felt further undermine that trust, where it's like, it's that meme, trust no one, not even yourself.
Exactly. Like, you can't even take for granted that you know what you are in this world. So just kind of knocking the character off balance from the get-go, making it so that you don't know who to trust in this world. Exactly what Joey just said. Just repeating what you said.
Which route took you the longest to make art-wise? It was probably that sequence at the end between the nightmare and moment of clarity.
Yeah. So it's not that it was art intensive, but the concepts behind it had to be so far removed from things that I'm used to making. It's cosmic horror to begin with, and then also having to communicate these ideas while also not using a lot of like common frames of reference for symbolism, because you and the princess exist so far out of any kind of recognizable world. I even feel like I cheated a little bit by having like objects in the house, even though the objects, none of them actually make any sense or are real objects.
You construct a cabin with a table.
Yeah. So that's kind of where I was going. It's like, you have a knowledge of furniture existing and a house. I can go with those objects and like silhouettes of other forms, and that's about it.
What's your favorite cosmic horror story? I'm like a third of the way into House of Leaves, and I like that.
Oh,
I gotta finish it, man. I'm stuck in like the pits of Baldur's Gate 3 right now, and it has been preventing me from consuming other media.
I feel bad, except for me, it's Lethal Company.
I think there was somebody asking about Scarlet Hollow, and something that thought that we had said at some point that the canon version would be you don't show up to town. There is no canon version.
No, that would be if we ever licensed like an animated series.
Yeah.
We would want it to be something that could stand as its own canon without undermining any individual player's playthrough. DH Joba, thank you for the tip, and thank you for the nice message.
Yeah, thank you, everyone who's being so nice. Might somebody ask something. Yeah, sometimes Tony would just hand me something and be like, draw art to go with this. It's like a poem about the existential fear of living and dying, and I'm like, yeah, I'll draw
Please draw this. Please draw this poem.
Oh man, it was so much easier, but it's like, okay, so she cuts you in half, she melts you, she rips all your guts out. I'm like, got it covered. I'll have it done in an hour. But ask me to, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let's see what else. Someone asking if we would ever do a tarot deck. Is that something we're allowed to do? I've always been unclear on that.
But also I wouldn't, because it's a lot of cards.
That's a lot of cards and a lot of art.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cards.
Yes, it's so many. Also, thank you for reading my dinosaur books.
Oh, thank you, Brawlatron. Any plans to bring the game to consoles? Yeah, we hope to do consoles next year. I don't want to give too many more details right now because we're in the process of figuring out sort of the game plan of what's to come. The first step is, this expansion. Part of it is like before ports happen and before localizations happen, and we're doing localizations too. We want the game to be in what we feel to be a finished state where we're not going to want to add anything else to it. So we can like hand off that finished state to be ported or to be localized, because if we decide to add more content after those things are done, it's like, well, we have to add that content to the PC version, then we have to go back to these partners, and it would be this huge headache. So we're trying to get all the things done with the game that we want to get done while making as little additional work for us as possible.
I'm back!
Welcome back!
Hey,
Hi!
Johnny. Draciessen, I saw the Slay the Princess ad in A Date with Death. Whose idea was it? It was glorious. I saw that Gabby from 2.5 Studios had like a little ad tier on the itch page for that, and I know her from some Discord servers, so I reached out and was like, can we put this here? It would be really funny to do one of those like level 1 noob, level 99 mob boss fake mobile game ads. And it was also a fun way to tease like that one branch of the damsel route where she gets depersonified, where it was just like, oh, we can just go through it as a GIF. I was really happy about that. Will there be will there be a sequel? No. This is a closed story. I think in general, we're folks who would prefer to tell new stories in new settings than to continue something past its planned expiration date.
There was a question about... Oh, sorry. Was somebody else about to talk?
Oh, I was just going to say there was a question about like recording lines. It was done route by route, so on each route it would be broken down. So it would be like, here's the hero, here's the narrator, here's the broken, etc. So it was a big spreadsheet.
The thing that amazed me with that was how much context Johnny was able to just like figure out for each route and the emotional way each line should be delivered without much direction there, especially in some of the routes where he's like voicing 6 characters and the spreadsheet is like it's it's chronologically in order by character, but like it's here's all the Broken's lines, here's all the Smitten's lines, etc., etc. And
it was actually quite a fun little puzzle, like piecing together what's actually happening in the route. Like occasionally there'd be lines where like maybe every like 20 lines or something I'd be like, okay, I need the context for this one. But that tended to be mostly at the start of recording a route, because by the end I was like, this is going to be a reply to that previous line. And hang on, have we just been eaten? Is this what am I talking about? Us just haven't been eaten?
I'm gonna take one more question, and then we'll get back to the game, and then we'll do like a longer Q&A when the whole thing is done.
Sure. I had a question I wanted to answer.
Oh, sure. Why don't you do yours?
Yeah, just one more. Somebody asked about the art getting hornier as it between the demos. I got better at drawing. It was always intended to be this way. Anyway, and also, of course, there's something to be said for kind of base princess being just sort of a normal person and then eventually becoming all of these incredibly different human beings. So they just were more exaggerated. Mm-hmm.
So there's like a billion really interesting questions here, but in the interest of making the VOD watchable, we're going to resume the game.
All right.
And we will please hold your questions and re-ask them when we're done with the game, and we will happily answer questions for a while. It seems like we're making good time, so...
Thank you all so much. Okay.
Here we go. Everything goes dark, and you die. We're back.
Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Let's just go to the cabin.
All right. We've asked these questions. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, so far we have avoided the cabin, and we've taken the blade, so we're going down without it this time.
Freestyling.
Freestyle. We're on our third handle, gamer.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you.
I'm here to save you!
How many times do I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Nicole, how are you delivering all of these lines exactly the same?
I don't know. I don't know.
My brain keeps being like, oh, are we just doing this stream with Johnny? How did we get it to work so that Nicole's lines play in his tone?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How can someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Just examine the chains, or do you want to give her a chance to talk?
Seeing the differences would be good.
Yeah, let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
I feel like most of the streams I watch, they'll like do one conversation, sit-down conversation with her here, and they won't realize that the knife and not knife path has like a completely different version of the conversation.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Can you imagine being named Princess Princess?
So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry. I've been down here so long, I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hasn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need, and you should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
What have you been eating or drinking?
What are you gonna do if I let you out of here? Yeah.
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth? Or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you. Just doesn't add up.
Okay, I'm getting you out of here.
Okay.
I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here.
Yeah.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful, whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut them off with me.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of here!
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence.
I always like, in our games, giving just, like, kind of goofily flat dialogue options to the player character.
I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Player character here is just a goofy little guy.
Just a little guy.
I think I'm here to kill you.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force a way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place.
Alright, we get this question a lot, so I'm gonna answer this one. Why do they always cut at the wider part of the arm instead of cutting at the wrist? Because it looks more interesting.
Yes.
Or from an artistic perspective.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things, especially in this game, where pure logic is abandoned for conveying stronger emotions through art.
You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Okay, if you need a deep lore option, it's because the player is a little bit of a dum-dum.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
Oh, that's blood.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Slay her.
Well, I guess we don't have an option.
Yeah, no options.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end. You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws at your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If you're lucky, the wound you manage to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 2. The Witch. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
I'm getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant! We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue. Bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Well, alright. Might as well.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done.
Proceed.
Yes, I have total trust in this guy. He said I should.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it. That's not actually a bad idea.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
What mirror?
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
I'm not nasty.
I'm not nasty.
But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say, or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
Yeah, and there you are. One hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
Finally, we can get the edit that she
That's no
needs.
fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before, and now she's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh no, you've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How do you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't, but you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I'm
Look.
sorry.
I made a mistake. We all make mistakes, right? I'm sure you've made mistakes.
Oh, smart. Let's apologize. Get back on the right foot.
The only mistake I ever made was thinking you would help me, and I'm not going to make the same mistake twice.
Well, that leaves us at a stalemate.
But unfortunately, I need you if I'm ever going to leave this place.
Don't worry, the blade isn't for you. Or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm your trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
You want that one? Or no, let's...
We have a plan for the playthrough.
Yes.
Unless you want to deviate, this was the plan.
I suppose so. Okay. You were correct.
You can't be serious. Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. That blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. Abstain? You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy.
We're giving her the blade. Wouldn't it be so funny if I clicked the second one? Really blue ballsing chat.
Just a funny little joke. Blue balls them all.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
You're beautiful, and I want to actually save you. And this feels like the only way to do it.
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by whatever nonsense you just said to her. I thought it was nice. Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it, did we? If you were lying, we'd all know, and unfortunately, you weren't lying.
Because the description would have lie next to it in
What?
parentheses.
What do you mean by that? What kind of game are you playing?
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steels her nerves. And then she buries the blade in your heart. What? No, come on, that's not right. I told you this was what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it! I got you! You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 3. The Thorn. You're on a path in the woods. I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it. Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument. Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything. You're fixated on the past. Whereas what you should be is fixated on the future. Oh, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more. Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper. I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to? Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love. She hates us. Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. There might just be a kernel of affection in that angry, angry heart. As ridiculous as this guy is, maybe he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware that I've been listening to you, right? It makes no difference. If we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts, we are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom. Oh, are you now? Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Twice, actually. Sure, twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous, so don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
Alright. We could just go on to the cabin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No matter what happens next,
It
seems like all our answers are in the cabin. Let's see this through.
Proceed to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point. I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him. He's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you, she's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
Okay.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all. The burned-out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here. Charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain. The promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisped shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade? We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here, and if she has it... Let me guess. You want to get all chummy with her? Look, as far as I see it, it's between him and her. I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We've already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers. Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
No need to mention the thing that isn't there.
Yeah.
You step forward
what
and
is
approach
with
the
this
scorched
mirror?
entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin your descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror and behold our handsome features.
Okay.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing? Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are. Well, it seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to... Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Enter the basement.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
So I had about 2 days to draw and color all of this art for this whole route. It was very stressful.
Yeah, I think this was the last route you did.
It was the last route, yeah. And of course it was the one where it's like, well, let's have the basement be choked with thorny vines. There we go.
This
Oh.
thorns are an expression of her pain. The thorns are an expression of her pain. I know. Oh, what?
There you go,
I'm
Johnny.
so sorry.
That's all right. The
There's
spines
spines.
point you're continuously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least you're on the way down, but you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
Perfect.
These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? You betray me, I kill you, and you come back. You let me kill you, and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I just want to talk. Really talk.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here, and I can't leave. So come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Proceed down the stairs.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation. At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you just here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
Don't. Don't. I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade.
And I'm supposed to believe it's safe in your hands? That you aren't just saying what you need to say in order to fool me and save yourself?
You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are. I think we need to leave together.
The princess clutches her blade close to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us, but it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right. There's nothing left to say, so let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of there on her own. We don't need words to send her a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
Then maybe it's past time for either of us to say anything. All that counts is action. Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms. She trusts us! She trusts us! Doesn't that set your heart aflutter? Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves being this close to her. Does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know. Doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her. We are special, to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings. Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
Much to consider.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
Yeah, maybe.
I see that the lines have been drawn. It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't count. And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter, he's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, do you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
We will cut her free, yes.
I just wanted my blade back. You're on your own. Turn and leave.
Yes! What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly Team Freya? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want. I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess! Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion. That's right. That's right. What he said. We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her. And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. But you're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade. Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip. You're right, he can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning. The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
Well, we gotta.
Yeah, we've come this far. We must. Chat demands it.
Chat demands it.
Chat is weak. Can we actually do that? No, you can't. Absolutely not. You know as well as I do that we can. And we wouldn't want to throw away a chance for a special moment, now would we? If only I were capable of throwing myself off a bridge. Well, are you going to describe our steamy, romantic kiss? You lean in and you kiss her. And she reciprocates enthusiastically. You kiss, it's done. Are you happy now? Come on now, this is a big moment. You can do better than that. Fine. You and the princess lock eyes and stare deep into each other's souls with all of the roaring emotion that comes from letting what once was hatred turn into pure, unbridled passion. Are you making fun of us? And then, each of you close your eyes and kiss. Words can describe neither the nuclear fire nor the oceanic depth of your connection. Please, I think he actually likes romance. If history itself were not about to end, historians would document this moment for the rest of time. Musicians would write era-defining ballads, and great artists would expend entire lifetimes trying to merely capture the spark you hold right now. He's making fun of us. It doesn't matter either way, because this is good stuff. I'm aware of my skills. But unfortunately for you, the moment doesn't last forever. You open your eyes. The princess smiles gently up at you. Time for you to damn the whole world to oblivion, I suppose.
That was nice.
Her hand slips into you, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really. The same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out. Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Step into them.
We are so strong.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this? Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn star-crossed lovers like us to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving. We'll weave something new together. Something better. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day. You irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
You do not get the chance to respond. Nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Should we be mean?
Yeah.
Of
This
course
is the
you're
end.
scared. This is the end for you. But it's not the end for me.
What's that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, I feel so much worse now. You better watch your back. You can't get rid of me that easy. Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. proceed to the cabin.
Thank you, everyone, for keeping this hype train going. That's exciting. A second one.
You are
We're
at the cabin.
cabin.
Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once, in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
You can't be a contradiction. Contradictions don't exist. I learned that on Reddit.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit, even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
It doesn't matter how many times I go back. At least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse. Nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me.
Yeah.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness, you are guided by compassion.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns for connections she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
No, we're not threatening to kill her.
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
Do you know what happens to the worlds we leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
I'm ready to go back, I think.
Yeah.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Actors, do you need another break?
I can probably do another round.
Okay. We'll do another break after this one, and then...
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Now
To
what?
the cabin. Abby, could you do me a favor? Can you
Yeah.
grab my laptop charger from the other room?
Uh-huh.
I'm almost out of juice for the side display. Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright, we'll take it this time. Love to alternate.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What? What? No way. Why would you even think? Oh wait, no, we did that one
Yeah.
already. No.
Then drop the knife.
We should. It'd go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster, but killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your
Yeah,
grip.
let's do this.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking, are you? Scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Are you sure she's
Are you
not
sure
armed?
she's not armed?
I'm positive. I'm not, but we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
Okay,
No.
so he said she wasn't armed. Let's go for it.
Okay.
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately, your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck. Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time.
Yeah.
With the last bit of your will, you press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder... Do you really think this was enough to stop me?
Can you hand me a tissue, Tony? Spoon's dripped on me. She's gross.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 2. The Razor. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well,
She's gonna kill me again!
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of somewhere and stab us again. Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed. Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she didn't. But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us. To death. Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Proceed to
Okay. He said we would be okay.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you. We know what it took out. We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
proceed.
The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Well, it didn't help us that much last
It
time.
didn't help at all. We're
Yeah.
going down peaceful-like.
Are we really doing this without a weapon? You know she has one, right? Once again, I'd like to remind you that she's unarmed, but you're right, this would be a lot easier if you had the blade. I hope you know what you're doing. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must have once been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood, and you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. That's right, scraping. I told you she had something, I told you. That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There's something so wrong with that voice. Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she don't even have to put on an act this time. As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody, quick! Get me out of these chains! We're not safe here!
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide the threatening edge in her voice. She just wants us to get close to let our guard down. Exactly. She sounds threatening because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Oh, she seems nice.
I know you have a knife. I'll let you out of here if you drop it.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. It sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
Prove it then. Prove that you don't have a knife.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you, but I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with.
Her smile stretches into an even wilder grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have! It's practically zero.
Well, seems pretty nice. No knife?
But what
You
if you're
should
just
get her outta
hiding it
here.
somewhere secret?
Gee. I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me only. They have nothing to do with you or my intentions to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact that she's armed.
Okay. Hold on.
Should we rescue her?
Hold on. Let's get more information.
Okay.
What are you going to do if I let you out?
All sorts of things, which is why I think that's a great idea. I would love to not be chained up down here. Being chained up is so boring, and I crave fresh and new activities to broaden my horizons.
Please don't let her out of here. Believe it or not, I think I'm actually with him on this. Okay, but what if all of this is just a misunderstanding? There has to be room for this to be a misunderstanding.
Activities like stabbing, or cutting, or murdering?
Yes, I mean, maybe. I've never done any of those things, but there is something alluring about the sound of it. I think it would also be fun to do other activities like look at a bird or touch a tree.
Okay, now, listen. You're not actually buying this, are you? Listen. Yes? I would like to look at a bird. You can look at a bird later. But if we look at a bird now, we wouldn't have to be here. He has a point. Just make a decision already.
I don't have the key.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find the key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you'd better come right within close staring distance just to be sure.
You're doing so good on these. Good work.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. You know who has the capacity to quickly arm himself? You do. So stop second guessing yourself, go upstairs, take the blade, and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now, before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
happened after you died last time.
That's funny! You're funny! I'm not dead, so I can't have died.
Last time? What are you talking about? It's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth. I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones who looped back to the start. Something that someone else has to remember, right? Yes, she is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. But the thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
You gonna keep taking Explore Study?
Yes, because I'm having fun. Can we just talk things through?
But we don't have anything to talk through. We're strangers, and this place is cramped and annoying, and you should just come over here and let me out.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you for you to finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk. And maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-depreciation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, then we'll continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Bygones be bygones.
I don't have a weapon. Isn't that a sign of goodwill?
Yes, of course. Haven't you seen that I've only been nice to you since you got here?
Has she? Her words have been fine, but her general attitude's been weird and extremely suspicious. And I think that's what really counts. This shouldn't even be a question. She absolutely has not been nice to you.
I'm just gonna keep
Just keep clicking.
Just want her to get bored.
What? No, I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to, not stabbing distance to help me.
I think I've said my piece at this point. I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
That's exactly what happened. So you do remember it.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you that a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again? I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there, she said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please just stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
I've been too good at finding the options that don't increment the timer here.
Oh no!
Yeah,
it's definitely felt longer than usual. We should just approach
yeah.
her.
I'm
Yeah,
coming
there's
closer
a-
to free you. You better not try anything.
There's a timer on the menu.
There's a
but
timer
we
on
didn't
some
trigger it.
questions and not on others. The ones that get generic reactions have a timer, and the ones with specific ones don't. I'm so sorry, Nicole.
No, you're fine. Of course I won't.
Against your better judgment, you walk across the room within arm's reach of the princess. I don't like the way you said within arm's reach. You hear the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first. Then yours. Your neck, specifically. Again? Really?
Hee.
Yay.
You collapse to the ground, your vision swimming as you attempt to focus on her bloody blade and the limp sack of flesh that was once her arm.
You're going to die now.
And with a quick jerk of her elbow, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Thank you all so much.
Chapter 3. No Way Out. You're on a path in the woods. No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over again, we're not starting in the goddamn woods every time. We're starting in a fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricted mess of curves and battered sheet metal, pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me, what just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy. Oh, I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now? Nobody. Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's, unfortunately, how reality works. Who cares about cards? You're all acting like this is about winning and losing, while this is actually about having fun. Is this fun for you? It's not fun for me. I don't like being sliced to pieces. Great, so obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure. You take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It would be difficult to slay the world and slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. And then we throw it out the window! What? That blade is the only edge we have. We are not late. Too late because we already did it, didn't we? Unfortunately for the rest of you, and for me, and for the sake of the world, yes. That is horribly unfair. He shouldn't be allowed to just do things like that. You were the one who made us pick it up, see? You're not the only one who can just figure out how to do things. What's done is done. I suggest you make the best of it. You're all so mad at each other. I'm just going to sit here quietly in the corner. You can be the ones to figure out what to do. So, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to? I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door. It's just that mirror. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
Approach the... I don't know why it says approach the mirror. The door.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just move it out the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we look awful after dying twice. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. I can't say I was particularly invested in looking at us before, but now I really want to see what's in it. If it's so keen on hiding from us, whatever it has must be real good. I guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom. As your body tumbles onto the basement landing, the form of the princess comes into view, wryly smiling at you from a distance.
Hello.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. And you still don't have a weapon. That's funny. That's a joke. I'm going to kill you now.
Yes, that was extremely silly of whoever did that. Probably a bad idea. That was you. I know! I'm just trying to add some levity to this. Well, since all of this was your idea, how about you figure out how to get us out of it? Guys like us don't get to make any decisions, you know that! I decided to pick up that blade and you decided to throw it out the window. This is why we've already lost. Can't even stop bickering with ourselves. How are we supposed to beat her without a weapon? She's so sharp. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Alright, I'm out of ideas. What are we doing?
We're
giving
fighting
you the
her,
look.
obviously.
Oh. No way.
We're fighting her? Are you forgetting the part where the cheeky one thought it'd be funny to throw our only weapon out the window? I mean, it was funny. Even she said it was funny. Oh yes, it was absolutely hilarious. We'll all be laughing together once we're out of here. If we make it out of here, but I don't know, that seems unlikely.
See, but that's the brilliance of it all. She won't see it coming.
Okay, why not? Fist raised, you charge the princess.
Oh, so you do want to fight, huh? Okay, hit me. Hit me and see what happens. I'll give you a free shot and everything.
Here goes. We can make this work. And what if we don't? Your fist slams into the princess's face and she recoils in pain. Huh. We actually did something to her.
Ow, ow, ow! That hurt! What are your bones made of, metal? Because mine are.
Before you can react, she returns a punch of her own, only it isn't really a punch. Yes, we all know she has swords for arms. We have eyes. Well, she skewers you. Ow.
Ribbons! I'm going to make you ribbons! This is so much fun and I want to celebrate.
It would have worked if we punched harder. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? Nah, we'd know if we died. Right? You're in a... Where the hell are you? I think we're dead. That's all we'll ever be. Dead, 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 dead. Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here? I don't actually know how to answer that question. I think he means how many times have we died? Yes, that. Oh, I've lost count, to be honest. I haven't, it's 4. No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to get past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. You don't need any others. We just have to keep pushing. Yeah, I'll pass on that.
Come on, show me something new.
Flirting? Or...
Yeah, flirting. It doesn't work.
And she kills you again, and again, and again, and again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
You're cute.
Oh, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. Just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. Just keep dodging. She skewers you.
What's the point of avoiding me if you're not going to fight?
More noise isn't helping. It's just making it harder to focus. Just panic. Flee! She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes. We can't give up. We don't even have a weapon. Yeah, some clod threw it out the window. Again, that was you. No, I was just the clod who suggested it, and if I knew we'd be stuck here forever, I wouldn't have done that. She's going to kill this body either way, so stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
See, we lasted a little longer. Barely. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason. She skewers you. We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time. Fine. One last time. None of this is working. Think. Think! She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 4. The Empty Cup. Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin and we'll take it from here. No steel claw, though. Was tossing it the only thing we've done that was permanent? That's a sick joke, universe. A sick, sick joke. If it's gone for good, then maybe we never actually needed it. That's what I've been telling you all. We can do this without it. We're tougher than steel. Yeah, mind over matter. Who needs violence when you have love? Who needs love when you've mastered yourself? Who needs anything when we don't matter? Well, boys, are we ready? There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. How about you stick to describing things and we'll stick to doing them? Yeah, leave it to the pros. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more than a slide, we know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to see how this ends. Fine, you make your way to the basement where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait, and not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you gonna say what she does? Oh, you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears, and then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her spattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit. She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold, the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window? That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart still beating. That's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. I say we bow down to her right now, if that had ever even slightly worked for us. This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing. We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
Oh, great. This is on the voice track.
Great.
Give Johnny a break button.
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Give Johnny even more of a break button.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
You do not act as the princess approaches, instead allowing her to crash against your form. And yet, there is seemingly nothing for her to crash against. Again and again, she swings at you, but there never really was a you to swing at.
This worked before. I was able to make you dead before.
She swings again, and this time she hits something, or something hits her. She looks down in confused terror as her arm bends and folds in upon itself.
Did you do that? It's funny if you did. You're nothing. You've done nothing to me, and I've done so much to you, and... That's who we are. But it's not like you're nothing now. You can't be nothing. If you're nothing, then what am I? Am I nothing too? No, I'm the one who hurt you.
She hurls herself at you,
But as she does, her metal body bends outward, the very contact with what you are, repelling her to the point of destruction. The din of shrieking metal subsides, and something small and delicate falls into your hand. It's her heart. It beats gently, calmly, in your palm.
Not another word is spoken. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns.
We do that.
You do so. Gaze into your reflection.
Silence as you reach towards the glass. It's time for you to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again.
Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin.
Approach her.
There is a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know?
Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me, short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stars, and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There's a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you think that anything is real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something, but nothing cannot exist on its own, and because of that, nothing can't exist.
Do you have thoughts on this vessel?
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Skip that question. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Everything goes dark.
And you
You die. Alright, we're going to give the actors another break. We'll answer some more questions while people get tea and go to the bathroom and stuff. And then we'll do a longer Q&A after the game is finished.
Everyone is doing so good.
So don't worry if we miss questions.
You guys are doing great. I am just sitting back and enjoying.
Yay!
I will say that was mound movement, or the shifting mound movement 4, and that is all Amelia Jones vocals. There's nothing else going on musically. It was very cool to write that with her, and she has a bunch of improv lines. It was just, I love that piece.
It is beautiful.
All of the mound movements are so good. They're all so good. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yes, Chad, I am doing all of this live. I'm playing all of it. It just happens to be lined up perfectly with how the game actually plays.
Yeah. Got like 5 guys behind you doing the other. No, it's just you have that many arms in real life.
Oh, here comes some questions. I already took my break, so if anyone has questions for me, I will be around.
Yes, I'm also here. So many. Oh, probably the reason the game has gay vibes is because me and Tony are bisexuals. That'll do it.
That helps.
Yeah.
Ooh, who is my favorite form? The Nightmare is my favorite.
Yeah.
I am a spooky boy at heart, and so the Nightmare is my favorite. I love the mask. I think the mask is so good. I love the third arm. I have been playing with the idea of a tattoo to represent this game, and part of me really wants to get the Nightmare's mask as a tattoo somewhere.
That's so cool.
I've not settled on that yet. I still like the knife idea because that seems more universal. But yeah, the mask is my favorite piece of art in the game.
Aw, thanks, Brandon.
I love it. It's so good. And that cabin, the Nightmare cabin, is also my favorite cabin. With all of like the I guess the Moment of Clarity cabin, where all the woods, like, you know, all the walls are pulled apart.
I am so happy with that one. It was the kind of thing where sketching it, I wasn't quite sure how it was going to look in the final piece, but the way it works with the parallax is so much fun.
It's so cool. I love that. It's so different. Yeah, in real life I am just a shifting mound. I have that many arms.
Jamian asks,
Hello.
kinda cool.
Hi.
Would you make the final meeting in the cabin after the shifting mound battle for every version of the princess, depending on which is the first vessel the player gets, like it happens with the Stranger and Strange Beginnings achievement? Nope, it's always got to be the first princess that you meet in
so
the final cabin,
That's why
not
the
the
Stranger
first
gets
vessel.
one. Yeah, the Stranger gets one because she is the first princess you meet in that route.
Right.
Like, she doesn't get it if she's one you just meet along the way.
I like all the voices equally.
Yeah, I want to hear what the voice actors' least favorites are.
Least favorites?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have a least favorite.
Are you afraid
I mean,
all
look,
of the princesses are listening
the
to
broken
you
is
right
at
now?
the bottom of the pecking order.
Trying to think, like... I have princesses that I didn't like at first, but they grew on me.
At the Green Kachik. Yep, there are 3 versions of the final cabin. The other person was asking it was if, like... What's that?
Neopet spotted the green
But
Kachik.
what the other person was asking was, like, if you got the adversary as your first contributed vessel, could she be the one you find down there? And that would undermine the point of how that scene is constructed.
Just to clarify, someone did ask if I did the sound design. All of the sound effects are done by Phil Mikowski.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil!
Yay.
Did very good.
People are asking about the hands. Yes, I did draw all those hands as a flex. It is easy for me. I can do it in my sleep. No references needed.
Do you have any ideas for a story to do after finishing Scarlet Hollow? The first thing that's happening after Scarlet Hollow is finished is Abby is going to finish The Last Halloween.
Yeah.
She'll probably take a couple of years to do that. We'll sort of be workshopping our third game in the meantime.
Mm-hmm.
We have ideas for the third game. They're kind of loose now. I feel like about once a year, the concept is entirely absorbed into something else, but there will be a third game.
Another person asked what was the hardest piece of music to compose. Apotheosis and Transformation are tied for that accolade.
They're so
just so
good,
much-
Brandon. They're so
so much
good.
fun. Thank you.
Were there any princess concepts that were scrapped early in development? I mean, the biggest shift was the earliest draft of the game didn't have the meta-narrative. You would go through about 6 chapters in a given route, and then the princesses would, like, continue to evolve. That wound up being a combination of, like, overly complicated, sort of repetitive to the point of being boring, and then there was, like, way too much room for branching there. So that's kind of the closest thing to scrapped ideas, where there were evolutions that didn't make it into the final version of the game. Do you two have the lore figured out? Yes.
Yeah.
We just are keeping it to ourselves.
It's one of those things where any creator should know more about the world than they give to anyone else. And also, thank you so much for the people who have been following me for, like, my whole career. I know it's changed a lot, so thank you for sticking around.
Hi, Darth Von Doom. Thank you so much. I don't read fanfic. I feel like there's just a wall that I should keep up on that front. I'm very glad that people do write fanfic. I just don't. I feel like it would be a weird experience to read fanfic about our own work. How long did it take to settle on the set of voices and characters for the final game? That changed a lot over the course of development, because the voices and characters changed a bunch from the initial demo to the director's cut of the demo, and then we wound up changing the flinching for the cheated fairly last minute in development. The Razor was the last full route that I wrote, and I got there, and the flinching just, like, I don't know, he was the broken and paranoid all over again. He was kind of whiny and unfun, and changing that route to be just like oh, she's a sharp princess and she's scary, into more of, like, this sort of gamer route where it's based in around feeling like she's an unfair challenge. Gave a lot of fun room to write her character to be goofy, and then instantly gave life to the cheated. Probably gonna hop off. Fascinating to hear these insights. I have one question before I leave. Do you ever consider having the pristine blade change or morph between routes just as the cabins change? I thought about that a little bit early on, but it felt more correct in the end product to have it be a static part of the world. The final, like, encounter with the shifting mound in the end game was originally going to be a fight instead of sort of like a fight using language and, you know, shared perspectives and art. But one, drawing fights in the first person is very difficult, and drawing, like, actual fighting sprites and movement for her final form would have been impossible, and then representing the player would have been difficult. So we moved into something that's kind of more like a psychic battle. I always found it interesting how the narrator is referred to with capitalized pronouns, almost like he's God. That was like a component of it, and then there was another component of really needing to differentiate who is being referred to by he, like, in the text. Because, like, we assume that sometimes people don't listen to the voice acting when they play the game. Either, you know, they have a disability so they can't hear, or they would just rather read at their own pace. And when the emphasis gets lost there, some of those sentences where it's like multiple he's are being referred to were really difficult to read, so we capitalized the narrator to be clear, like, well, that he is always the narrator, and then context-wise you can almost always figure out which other voice a lowercase he is referring to, or if a lowercase he is referring to the player.
There was a question about if I have art of the Long Quiet that is not in the game, and yes, I have a full design for him. But I like to let the fan artists go nuts with it and do whatever they want with it.
There might be some hints to that design in the expansion next year. Though I don't think it'll be the full version.
Yeah.
One person had asked about the unused prisoner track, and if I remember correctly,
Vibe was off.
the initial,
The vibe was off.
Yeah, it was. I think it was still, because a lot of the music came, like, pretty early on in each of the routes. like descriptions, and I think at the beginning the prisoner was like Hannibal Lecter meets John Carpenter or something like that was kind of the vibe we wanted, and then it just was like, I think after I sent that to you, it was just kind of like, yeah, I don't know how synths really fit in this soundscape, so we just went with a more classical style instead.
Do you guys know why the game wasn't nominated for anything at the Game Awards? I was quite sad when I didn't see Slay the Princess on there. It was a combination of we released late in the year, and we are a horror visual novel, which is unfortunately two mediums that struggle to get sort of mainstream recognition in the game space. But we're going to keep making these until that happens.
Yeah.
I remember someone saying you guys said you wouldn't make any post-game content for Slay the Princess. Was that true? If so, why? Why did you change your mind? We never said we wouldn't. We said that we would, but only if it felt like it did not detract from the overall game, and in fact made the overall game better, and that at the time when we were asked those questions, we did not have ideas.
And then, oops, we had them almost immediately after that. So, but they were like,
Hey, I'm back.
Ah, welcome back.
Welcome back. Great. That's like kind of perfect timing. So, let's continue with the game.
Yeah.
And then we can do more questions afterwards. We've got one more left.
One more chapter, and then it ends, and there's nothing after that.
Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin, and in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Right to the cabin.
Yeah.
We're
We've been here
tired.
before.
Our soul is ate-shit and scarred.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Nah.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Oh, Slay the
You're playing
Princess
a
won the
dangerous
Player's Choice
game by
Award at the
coming
Horror
here
Game
unarmed.
Sorry. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
Sorry, say again?
Slay the Princess won the Player's Choice Award at the Horror Game Awards.
Yay!
Congratulations!
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Let's
go. Well, on with the show.
We knew about that one. We had to record an acceptance speech in advance.
No, we recorded that just
Oh
then
yeah,
during
actually,
the
no,
bathroom
we
break.
split ourselves into two.
Alright.
But I'm so happy about that. Thank you everyone for voting for us and supporting us. Always feels good to take home another award.
Yeah.
Let's continue on the stairs.
Good. You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had an award-winning weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the award-winning princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How can someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think that an award-winning narrator like you could get me out of these chains?
Hold on. Let's talk of it first.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna get you out.
Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word.
Alright.
Thank you.
Saw her up close and
You
thought,
turn
nah.
back up the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade from the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save, after all. You slowly creep down the basement stairs. It's quiet. Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's now only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall, and she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me, or did this room get a lot bigger?
Hello?
Hello?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
Let's finish this.
Your eyes dart to the corners of the room. You don't see her. Where is she?
Close the door behind you.
You close the door behind you. Almost magically, it locks. Its lock immediately clicks into place. Maybe they'll open if you finish the job.
Let's get a good look at that arm.
You step forward to investigate the severed limb. A trail of blood leads from its jagged stump into a dark corner of the basement. But then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the basement floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The princess tears into you. Her teeth and claws are unnaturally sharp, ripping into your shoulders, digging into your throat. You fall to the ground, the princess eagerly tearing at your flesh. Her ferocity overwhelms you. As the princess rends flesh from bone, your limp fingers lose their grip on the blade. It slips from your hand, your one last means of defense lying useless beside you in a pool of your cooling blood. I suppose you just lacked the will to fight back. This is the end, isn't it? I'm afraid it is. You shouldn't have let that fear creep into your heart. You had the upper hand, and now look at you. Everything goes dark, and you die. Chapter 2. The Beast. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is an award-winning princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Alright.
Turn around and leave.
Ah.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Well, you heard the lady.
She's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she's capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. If he doesn't remember what happened, then something else must have trapped us here. You're not trapped here. No one's forcing you to do anything, though the only sensible thing for you to do right now is march up to that cabin and slay the princess.
Proceed.
said we had to.
A warning, before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Does a cat lie to a cornered mouse when it plays with its freedom? Or is it just acting out its nature? I don't see why that matters. A lie is a lie, and if anything, she's the one who's cornered. She could have gotten out of there whenever she wanted to. We should trust nothing that she tells us, only what we hear and smell. That's a very roundabout way of saying that you should listen to me and take this seriously. Maybe.
Proceed.
The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time. Wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Fun trivia fact, this background is, I think, kind of an artifact of the earlier design where the cabin would change much more slowly over each chapter.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something to update.
Perhaps it is.
I don't think it really matches the description either.
No, it does not.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
No. No blade.
No blade.
Or blade.
Oh, yes, blade.
Blade.
Yes.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of holes. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending into a jungle. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. She growls up the stairs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral. Impatient. Or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange, underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. She's certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. Doesn't matter what she is, it only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you, and a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move, now!
No, we can talk to her.
Where?
You're about to attack. I just know it.
You lunge to the side, picking a direction on instinct. As you land, you're buffeted by a gust of air disturbed by the sudden motion of a massive body. The princess.
Kitty.
In an instant, she's pounced on the spot where you would have been, her chains rattling across the floor behind her.
This is just like my cat.
Before you can blink, she's gone, vanishing once more into the shadows. But you still feel her gaze on you.
No, that sound was Phil.
Mm-hmm.
You're faster than you were before, but you're still meek, reactive, prey.
You whirl around to find her, but your gaze meets her, a pair of shining eyes peering out at you from just beyond the basement stairs. She's cut off our escape. Shit, what do we do?
I often say of Beast and Witch that it's spoons of the daytime and spoons of the nighttime. This is spoons of the nighttime when she's specifically trying to attack and kill Tony before bed.
We don't have to kill each other. What if I helped you? What if we left together? If you could get out of here on your own, wouldn't you have already left?
You cannot reason your way out of this, fledgling. There's no compromise with what I am.
At least she's upfront about her intentions.
Stop hiding and show yourself.
If you want to see me, then you should get better at seeing.
She knows that her strength lies in shadows and secrets. She won't reveal herself unless she has to. She's coiling for another strike. Be somewhere else. We're on the back foot. The back foot keeps us nimble, keeps us alive. It doesn't matter if it keeps us alive, if it eventually kills us. We need to take back the momentum. We need to do something.
How exactly are we supposed to take back the momentum here?
We have the blade. I assume all she has are nails and teeth. Let's use our advantage. The steel claw is small and she is large. It's dangerous to fight back. It should only be a last resort.
Just stand still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or play dead.
Hmm.
Yes, play dead.
We're playing dead. It's unexpected. It could work. As the princess lunges from the shadows once more, you collapse to the ground, feigning death. She lands directly on top of you with her full weight, nearly crushing you into the dirt, but then silence, only broken by the sound of your beating heart. It actually worked, didn't it? Only, what do we do to make her leave? Do we just keep playing dead? She sniffs at you, shifting her weight uncomfortably as her face finds yours. Her breaths are hot and oppressive against your skin.
Have you seen my great big eyes? Because they see you, fledgling. They see your heartbeat pulsing in your throat.
Move, now!
No way.
But it's too late for you to move. Her jaw unhinges, and she swallows you whole.
Well, I guess that's it.
Yep, end of the game.
I guess that's it then, isn't it?
GG.
Unfortunately for you, no, this isn't it. You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabble uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space, not that the humid, finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time.
Sorry we went with this one, but I like showing off the art, so...
The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly around. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there is no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
I never changed the pirate line typo.
Aye, there be no respite for you in sight.
But you don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there, so I consumed your dead heart. And I carried it in my throat. And I draped what was left of you on my back. And I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you. Through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure. A nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Can she free herself if we're alive in here? Do you really need me to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim? Stop her. Do something. You still have that steel claw. Tear through her before we are her. Survive. Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to leave, we could at least deny her that. That is a bad thing to do.
I have my steel claw. I could use it to hurt you.
You threaten me, but you don't act.
Alright, let's dig.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone.
Though you have little room to move, you use what strength you can muster to drive the blade forward into the thick wall of tissue digesting you.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burned skin to slough from raw muscle, and you can hear what you can only assume is the princess pulling against the door to the cabin.
The cage is still locked.
Dig.
You slice again, deeper, rooting through her meat with the tip of your blade until at last you find her beating heart. The pulling has turned to banging as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't hold me forever.
Slay the princess.
Yeah.
Screw you. Slay yourself. Got all the way here.
Though your body is dissolving, eroding into unrecognizable shapes, your will drives it forward. You have a target, and you will strike it. We're too late, aren't we? This isn't survival. This is spite. No, it's something better. It's fulfilling a noble destiny. Your lone, functioning arm lashes out, stabbing up towards the princess's heart.
So you found a way to kill me. Then we'll die together, and I will see you again soon.
With those prophetic words, you do not draw another breath, your body tangled and melting in the cooling folds of the princess's flesh. Everything goes dark, and you die. But at least you've saved the world. I hope. Chapter 3. The Wild.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits waiting, watching us from just beyond our edge. His gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods. You're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no, how many times have you been here? I think this is our third. That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Oh, isn't that fun? He's upset. Of course I'm upset. The world is at stake here, as I'm sure you already know. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye, or with a passing glance.
Shut up! The rest of you talk. What happened? What did you do? She can hear us if we talk. Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, but you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
Oh, I like that. I don't feel so small anymore when you put it like that.
That's because you aren't small, even if you act that way. We're both so much more together than we were apart. And we can be so much more still. Vast, unfathomable.
If you really want to know what happened, we tried playing dead, and she ate us. She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We are one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
Sure. Being one with the princess is pretty great, but what can we even do right now? I hope we're not supposed to just passively exist like this. I did not sign up for passive existence when we faked our own death.
This thing watching us, what is he?
I'm not watching you, I'm trying to help you. That's not an answer to our question.
I don't know what he is. I only know that he is something other, and that he wishes for you and I to tear ourselves apart.
I do want that, but only because it's in your best interests. It's in everyone's best interests. You won't be able to slay her unless you remove yourself from her.
He wants us to kill each other.
I don't. I want you to kill her. Don't be charmed by her faux solidarity. You're not in this together. She's the only one who poses a threat to the world, and she's trying to make you go along with it. You don't have to enable her, especially when you have what it takes to stop her.
Which one are you gonna do, Tony?
I'm gonna pick passively exist.
Alright.
No, please, anything but that! You can't just passively exist forever, not with her. That isn't how it works. The princess ate you last time. Stop passively vibing with a literal predator and remember that you're enemies. Remember what she's done to you and how much it hurt.
We can't go back to that! We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain! Not after being something as beautiful as this!
Doesn't all of that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty. We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping, a heartbeat. Like a distant terror that keeps getting louder and louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it! Maybe a little peek wouldn't hurt. Aren't you curious? I'm curious. You should look. Never mind. If he wants to look, then I don't want to.
Bury it now, before it's too late.
Alrighty. I suppose we've seen enough.
No, you can't bury that feeling. You can't hide from your past.
The past doesn't have to exist. Our freedom is within us. We just have to find it.
Turn inward and find your freedom.
You fall inwards, into a network of connections too vast for your mind to occupy. Your path in the woods, your body. Can you even grasp the fuzziest edges of the shapes that confine you?
We can change them to feel together.
We don't need to be everywhere. We just need to test the boundaries. You do best to remember that some wounds will never heal. Some rifts can never be mended. Even in rebirth, some things come back the same. What's he going on about? What does he know about us? Screw all of this, and screw this guy in particular, always telling us what we can and can't do, always going on and on about rules and the fate of the world. I've had enough. You aren't whole. You'll never be whole again. This struggle is meaningless. Whatever you think you're doing, you will fall apart.
We don't need to be made whole. All we need to do is find a single corner of his cage and break it.
There's a place you need to be. You just need to find it.
You stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the ground around you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles into nothing beneath you. This place will fall apart before you find its end. This task, whatever it is you think you're doing, is impossible.
This was another one of the segments that was kind of difficult, just art-wise. So it's supposed to be the nerves of your hands.
All he has are words, and words aren't real. We're real. Yeah, ruin his day.
I can hold us together for a little while longer, so long as you trust me.
I trust you.
Find a way out.
You won't find anything. If I have to starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it.
But you do find something. It's cold and smooth and gently buckles, then cracks under the pressure of your consciousness flattening against it.
Don't move an inch. Don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature so you can expand just that much further. Stop all of this right now! It's too late for that, mate.
I'm at your side. Shatter it and free us all.
Shatter the cage.
No! No, stop!
But his pleas disappear at the sound of breaking glass. For a moment, you and she gaze through the tiniest hole in the world at the place you need to be.
Is this what he kept from us? Is this why he made us kill each other?
Is beautiful. You need to be there. We won't be safe until we are. We won't be whole. Yeah, doesn't look that great. I like it better in here.
And then it's gone.
Where did it go? Why is everything so cold?
But you never get the chance to answer her. You turn to see her gone behind you. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Approach the mirror.
You approach the mirror.
Gaze into your reflection.
Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all.
But that isn't right. You can't be nothing.
You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection.
Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator. Yes, I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help, after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you damned to extinction to fall this far.
Okay, hi, hello, can you hear us now?
Testing.
Testing audio.
Testing. Audio? Okay.
Audio.
Hey, we're back.
Hurrah.
Alright.
I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you, after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator really been different?
Of course. And that is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Should we ask bad questions? Or should we
No,
ask good ones?
no.
What am I?
If you made me, then what am I?
I also like what is the princess.
Yeah, we'll do that next.
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
What is the princess?
Did you make her too?
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature guide you.
Back
No
with no
sound
sound, are you kidding
again.
me?
Oh no.
What is
Oh
going
my
on?
God. Alright, I'm gonna try restarting OBS one more time.
Everything was going too well.
It's back up again. It's back.
Oh
And
wait,
the sound is
sound back?
Sound is
Yeah.
back.
Sound back.
Excellent. Alright.
This isn't the end just yet. You can still destroy her and save everyone. You were made to do this single task, and you will still have a chance to fulfill your purpose once I'm gone.
Ooh, do we have but why a princess yet?
Yeah. Why did you make her a princess?
I didn't make her a princess, but I wove the idea of her into something your scattered mind could fathom. You chose for that something to be a princess.
Okay, wait, so the audio is still pitched high? Alright, I'm gonna try restarting OBS one more time. Sound better now. Sound better?
Hello?
Yes?
Do I sound normal?
Hello?
Still coming in? Yes, it sounds good.
Okay, great.
I didn't make her a princess, but I wrote the idea of her. Sorry. I didn't make her a princess, but I wove the idea of her into something your scattered mind could fathom. You chose for that something to be a princess.
I chose to make her a princess? Why couldn't I have made things easier on myself and picked something small or weak, like an ant or a slice of bread?
Are you asking me to spend my final moments psychoanalyzing you? Whatever you viewed her as needed to map on some level to what she was. You couldn't just pick something arbitrary and beneath you. I don't know why you settled on a princess specifically, but clearly a princess is what you wanted. Maybe she needed to be beautiful, important, above you, but on a level you could still approach. A herald of things to come. I don't know. Gods are supposed to be beyond comprehension. I really shouldn't try and anthropomorphize you like this.
He's not doing so good.
He's doing his best.
Why couldn't you have told me all of this from the start? No, we wouldn't have helped.
Wow, every time I ask you something, it's like a piece of you breaks.
So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you, you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied? Perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. And for all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Are you a god?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna.
No. In life, I was painfully mortal. A witness to the end of days. I held the fear of death in my heart and saw oblivion threaten the very memory of everything I knew and everyone I loved. I needed to do something. So I made you, and I made her, and I made this place to hold you both.
Do you have anything to say to yourself?
For all this hubris?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
I think you're out of time.
I'm not gonna slay her.
So I am. It's like I said. I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
His eye closes. So sad.
As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity.
The narrator was right. You are the long quiet, a vast and nascent god, and it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Is the background for the long quiet supposed to be feathers? Yes.
Yeah.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too.
I missed you too.
She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. I'm the long quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempt to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the shifting mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting, but it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Let's talk this through.
I still have so many questions, and I need answers before I can make a choice.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well, If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Let's go.
A web of nerves, laid upon a web of nerves, laid upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. Where did you end and I begin? When you felt what it was to be me, we held on to each other and pierced the veil of truth. Will you abandon that curiosity now that we are no longer joined in physicality?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Alrighty. Cool. I miss what it was like to be together.
We go back to it.
Though that was us before we were us, there is no turning back. For all the echo's delusion, he still managed to reshape reality itself, though he could not destroy what could not be destroyed. We are intertwined, but we are separate. A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again, and you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not, your thoughts are not you. Alive, dead, then alive and dead and alive and dead all at once. You learn to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality. And you used it to humble me, to show me how far I was from what I needed to be. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
It wasn't worth it. Yeah.
And yet here we are, finally on the cusp of reaching something so much bigger than that little play. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that plots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Of course I helped you.
I didn't want us to hate each other.
Then help me again. We are each other's liberation. There are few things more terrifying than one's own heart, and there is almost nothing more terrifying than sharing it with another. But the most terrifying thing of all is to leave one's heart unshared. You are the only thing like me, and I'm the only thing like you. Could you bear the weight of an eternity alone? Do you dare to shape a reality of solitude and thrust it in on creation?
Oh, you want to do that one? I wish I could share my heart with you.
Yeah.
But you already have, in so many ways. It is beautiful and adored. When movement slows and the dust settles, I hope you'll leave with me.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything that isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
What do you think happens if we leave here?
This universe dies and a new one is born. And that one dies and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
There has to be something else.
I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't
be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free.
There is something else. This, what we are, is everything.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
You have no idea how good it is to hear you.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
No.
Too bad. We're going. Now. And here we are. I thought we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little late. It's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place. Oh, you made it here too. We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean.
Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her. And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings. I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah. It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing someone across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat of that kind of power.
It's funny. After everything he put us through, I'm kind of sad to see him go.
Me too. It was a lot of fun. Really easy to mess with. Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been a part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
The offer still stands. Could you describe the cabin to us, for old time's sake?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is... well, it's not really a cabin, is it? It's that terrifying blend of everything, only doesn't feel so terrifying anymore. It's still shaped like a cabin, it's just different in places. There's still walls, a door to the basement, a table, that knife, windows. You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really included the windows in his cabin descriptions, did he? He mentioned the windows when we broke them. No mirror this time either. I think it did what it needed to do. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Okay.
Take the blade.
Take the blade? Nice. Alright.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more things we can do, right? So you're not going to suggest we throw it out the window? No, we've been through too much for that. And he's gone, so there's no one left to mess with but ourselves. You've gotten serious. Besides, what's the third beat? It isn't funny if we toss it out the window twice. That's the guy I know.
No, you don't want to see the... Alright.
You actually did it! I know I told you not to, but I'm proud that you did it anyway. It's like you finally left the nest. Yeah, just like that it's gone, isn't it? Blade tossed, glass shattered. I guess we'll have to make do without it. There's your third beat. Hey, you're right. Good work. That was really funny.
Enter the basement.
Those long winding stairs again, but now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time. We don't know what you want from us, but let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Continue down the stairs.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs, no weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, it wasn't so bad.
Oh shit.
So, yeah?
The stream broke again.
No!
Oh, it's the bus!
Hold on. I'm gonna reload to the last autosave. Wow. Jesus
He
Christ.
is cursing us endlessly.
I reload the player. Are we back for folks? Okay, we're back.
Yay!
Alright, great.
What about audio?
Can you actually hear us?
Yeah, can you hear us?
How's audio? Is anyone saying anything about it?
People, okay, yes,
Okay,
they
good.
can. Continue down
We
the
can
stairs.
hear
There
you.
we go.
Wonderful, wonderful. And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs, no weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So, you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script. Are we missing a page?
Sit with them.
Top.
I never got the chance to talk to you before you were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us? Just like that? You know, that means a lot.
I don't want to be a god.
Hard agree. Seems overrated. Too much pressure.
But that's what you've always been, even now. You can't put aside such an important part of who you are, and, well, neither can we. So, you might as well embrace it.
What if we just leave?
What if we just leave?
He'd hate that, so you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore. It's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible or what that would mean for you? Is that what you want?
Take their hand in yours.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we've ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's just the two of you. Yeah, I think we've done our job.
Are you two gonna be okay alone?
We're not alone. We have each other. And I'm sure we'll find the others.
Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princesses leave the basement behind for the last time.
It's
Quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this, yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass. It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door, something new that we'll experience together with someone who exists outside of us. With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
I love you.
And we love you too.
And that's the game. Give it up for our immeasurably talented performers. I don't know how both of them did such a good job for so many hours.
Yeah, holy shit.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yes.
All right.
That was so fun.
Yeah, thank you both so much. And Brandon also. Thank you all for being here with us and for doing all of that work.
And to all the patrons who made it into the credits, thank you so much.
Could not make our stuff without the support of everyone.
Exactly. And then all of these people, also thank them.
They're also wonderful. And our song.
Well, I guess it's Q&A time.
Yeah.
We'll
And of course, if people have to leave.
Yeah, folks.
Yeah, I've probably got about 15 minutes before I got ahead.
Alright, so we'll prioritize
let's
Johnny
front-load
questions.
Johnny
questions
first.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for... Boom. Here we go. Johnny, what is your favorite voice?
Literally, it changes all the time. I have a real soft spot for the cheated, I think.
Nice.
That and like the stubborn's a lot of fun to do when my voice is up to it. I think the only one that I'm just like ugh to do is the broken, because the guy's such a fucking bummer.
I love that guy. He's one of my top 3 for sure.
Johnny, I have to know if you were intentionally channeling Matt Berry when you did the Smitten, or if that was unintentional.
It was something we became aware of comparatively early in doing the Smitten. Like I locked in on the Smitten voice, and then I was like, hang on, this is Matt Berry. And at that point, it was like, well, I can either hunt for another Smitten voice, or we lean into the fact that the Smitten is kind of a Matt Berry voice. And the thing is, I think every British voice actor has a Matt Berry voice inside them. And I'm just happy that I was able to put mine to such good use.
Jesus, somebody asked thoughts on shipping the voices.
No!
Get out of here with this
Anyway.
one stuff.
Which one was your least favorite to record? I think was one of them.
Least favorite to record, tricky. So the stubborn, the opportunist, the hunted, and the those 3 were all tricky in different ways. The stubborn was just the hardest on my actual voice, because like I had to gravel it up in a way that's a little bit uncomfortable to do for long periods of time. The hunted, I always found a bit tricky. Like, there's a musical quality to it, but I was never able to lock into it quite as easily as I was with something like The Cold. So that was often a hard one to switch in and out of. The Opportunist I love doing, but he always threatens to trip over into either the Contrarian or the Smitten if I'm not careful. Because if I make him too smarmy, he becomes the Smitten. If I make him too like hey, he becomes the Contrarian. So he's a tricky line to walk. And the Broken's easy to do, but he's so slow and miserable that like ending a recording session of doing a lot of the broken, I'm like, oh, I feel a bit down.
I
There's
feel the same way writing him.
I love writing him. He's so pathetic. But I think there was one of favorite princess and favorite ending. I don't know how familiar you are with the other endings. There's also.
I'm not really familiar with the other end. Like the endings are all good. Like the thing is, I find it very hard to be. I have that thing where like, if you do acting, you will become. You spend so much time as a character and in a character's sort of head that like you stop because it's like you know the stories that like at the end of Breaking Bad, Bryan Cranston still thought Walter White was like the good guy because like you spend so much time in the character's head that like that is their perspective. So I feel like I'm pretty thoroughly on the narrator's side just because I've spent so much time thinking about him and his perspective and where he's coming from, and like I have seen and done all the different questions in the mirror, so I know like the whole story. And I think that like I think the narrator's aims were doomed, but I think they were ultimately noble. Like, you know, I'm enough in the narrator's corner that when it's like, oh, this is a love story. Hey, is it a love story or is it sadomasochistic existential masturbation? You know, like it's just like you're in love with yourself. It's another bit of yourself, and you know you're just kind of destroying the world to create a version of another half of yourself that you like, and then it's just like, okay. So, but I don't know. The endings they're all beautifully written, and I think your ending is the one that is the best. Whichever one you got.
Wow.
Viewer.
Yeah. You picked the right answer. There was a wrong answer. Questions have been coming very fast. Okay. Was there a favorite princess that you had? Is somebody else asking that?
Oh, I mean, I really like the Razor. Obviously, Razor is just loads of fun. I have a soft spot for the damsel in the sense that I love how relentlessly the damsel roasts the player for making the choices that it's like, oh, you wanted a little 2D waifu. Okay, well, here you go. Yeah. Enjoy, I guess. Dick. So I've got a lot of time for that run. What are the other good ones? Oh, the Adversary was fun. I really enjoyed the Adversary route.
Nice. Yeah, that one's really complicated. There are so many different ways that one can go.
But you know, you gotta love a woman who can beat you up.
Which Roots narrator was your favorite?
Which Roots narrator? Oh, goodness.
They're all a little different.
I think also some people have been asking how it was to do the stream today.
I mean, like, little bit on the exhausting side, but I've got Chinese food waiting for me afterwards. Excellent. So, because it is thoroughly dinner time over in the UK, or the UK as we call it. We don't call it that.
Well, I think we're out of questions. Some folks have been asking how you started on the project, and it's that we reached out to you.
Yeah, like I got an email from Abby and Tony saying, "Hey, we've got this video game. Would you like to do a voice on it?" And I said, "Yeah." And that from there we started. It's been an absolute delight to work on. I will say, like, Abby and Tony are stunning, just like brilliant people to work with.
Oh, thank you
so much. Nice. I'm so glad you still feel that way after all of the recordings you've had to do for us.
And a few more that we've got yet to do. It looks like.
Yeah. Would any of the voices be friends, or do they all hate each other?
Well, some of them are friends.
Oh yeah, like I think I mean, which ones would be? I think the Hunted and the Cold might actually get along a bit. I think the Contrarian and the Skeptic are just a buddy cop team, really. You know.
That's good.
Yeah, I think the Opportunist thinks he's friends with everyone, but secretly no one likes him. Yeah.
Oh, and somebody asked, do you have any other projects that you would like to shout out?
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. So what have I got at the moment? So obviously Magnus Protocol is coming up, starting next year, which should be really cool. I'm doing writing on that with Alex at Rusty Quill and doing a bunch of voices for that. There's also another show currently coming out from Rusty Quill called Of That Colossal Wreck, which my partner Sasha and I wrote together. It's as part of Neon Inkwell. It's a little mini-series. It's about a bunch of people who wake up on a huge abandoned space station. It's it's existential sci-fi horror, which is why we gave it a really pretentious title, because love to give sci-fi stories pretentious titles. Sidebar, I've been watching some Star Trek original series recently, and oh goodness, it's all like, here's a horrible space vampire that just eats everyone, and the title will be something like, The City on the Edge of the Eternal Forever, or Requiem for the Last Days of or whatever. It's just, I love pretentious sci-fi titles anyway. Also, me and Sash do games as a sort of RPG tabletop games, MacGuffin and Company. We've got one that we should be bringing out early next year called Pit Crawler. We did a crowdfunder for that last year, and that's moving into final stages of production, so look out for that. And a couple of books. 13 Stories and Family Business are currently out, and there's another one that I am currently not writing but should be. It will be out late next year, early 2004, 2005, 2024, 2025. Anything else?
Johnny, aren't you worried about being typecast into existential dread projects? I'm gonna get anxiety every time I hear your voice now.
Good.
Someone is... Oh.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I mean, a bit, I guess, but also, like, it's a genre I really enjoy. It's a mode I really enjoy. So if you got to get typecast, you might as well get typecast as something you like and that you're good at.
Someone in chat asking what the Pristine Cut is going to be about. It is going to add several new chapters to the base game, and it will expand some other areas that are already in the game that feel like they deserve some expansion. The key art says things, and it's right in front of you.
Someone has been asking what our favorite lines are. Johnny, if you want to go first.
I mean, probably, like, I loved being able to do the sickos. Yes. From Contrarian. That was just a great line to be able to deliver.
I have a favorite line, and it makes me cry whenever I hear it in game. But it's the, your lover drives a stake into your heart, and then another, and another, and another. And that one just kills me every single time. Every single time.
Yeah, of course there's going to be new music in the expansion.
Yeah, and voice lines.
Yep, and new voice lines.
And art. The whole 9 yards.
Can I ask for everyone's opinions on the burned and drowned gray roots?
I like them.
I don't have a whole lot to say.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah.
I like them. They're spooky.
Fun.
They're I think both the bummerest roots in the game.
Yeah.
I
had a lot of fun with the art in those.
I think the burned one is slightly more fun for me because I got to do the smitten. But they're both really good little roots.
Have we shown you the bloated corpse art in that one?
I think we did.
I don't know if I have seen the bloated corpse art. Like, when we were doing recording, you'd constantly be like, just sending me pictures, being like, hey, look at this is fucked up, right? And I'd be like, yeah, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I don't remember if... I think that was one of the ones that we recorded way before the art was ready. Yeah, something I find really fun about the game is that depending on what choices you make, the horror can be extremely light or extremely graphic and heavy.
Yay.
I love to continually make projects that are subject to extensive online debates around, well, does this count as horror? The answer is obviously always yes, it is horror, but
Yes.
Yeah, it's horror. If you have to answer the question, it's probably
Yeah.
horror.
we get that a lot with Scarlet Hollow too, because
Can you watch this on a plane next to an old lady? No? Then it's horror.
Oh, the number of podcasts we've been on where somebody has mentioned playing this one on a Steam Deck on an airplane, just like
And I'm
has
like, oh, no.
killed me. This one
Which
person who
version
did
did
the
you
like auto decapitation sequence from The Prisoner next to an old woman on a plane, and it was just like,
I'm like,
oh
no.
no.
We're gonna get another article written about us. I think somebody earlier asked if, like, kind of why The Prisoner is the most brutal route, and I think that's kind of subject to personal taste.
Yeah.
I feel like
brutal. There are a lot of routes that are pretty fucking brutal.
yeah, I feel like getting eaten alive and cutting your way into somebody's heart. It's also pretty
Yeah,
brutal.
I think
Fire gray for me.
Little bit.
yeah.
A little bit.
The
I'd
A
call
lot-
that gnarly.
yeah, a lot of people don't see the gnarliest parts in the witch route too.
Yeah.
It's like if you fight her,
the bit
like
where the vines just pop you.
yeah,
Yes.
and like that is very graphically drawn.
Yeah, I don't skimp on any chapter really, so. But I suppose watching someone chop her own head off is probably pretty upsetting to people. So. Anyway.
That's why we have the option
think-
to close your eyes.
Oh, is it time?
Is it time?
Yeah, I think it's probably time. I gotta be heading. But thank you so much, everyone, for coming. Well, I say everyone. You guys aren't leaving. Thank you, Nicole and Abby. It's been an absolute joy to do this. And
Thank you.
Yeah, look forward to recording the pristine cut with you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for being here.
It was so much fun.
Have a
Bye,
good
chat.
dinner.
See you,
Bye.
Bye, Johnny. I miss
As for
Johnny.
My
He's
favorite
gone.
line, and Tony's favorite line.
Oh.
My favorite line is the Fury when she pops up in the shifting mound sequence and says her part about what is a body, and then just talks about if you destroy a person's body, at what point does it stop being a person? Anyway, love that
Well,
shit.
The Ship of Theseus
The
one.
Ship of
Yeah.
Theseus body horror
That
one.
was, I think, of the. God, writing those segments in the shifting mound fight was very, very, very hard. Because it was just like, hey, there's like 20 princesses. And a lot of them have like 2 or 3 endings, so like. How many different ways can I write like something abstract or write poetry to capture this without like just not being able to do the same thing every time? And it's like there's also a thing in that scene where no matter what you do to her, like within the roots, the mound always interprets. She always like goes out of her way to see the good in what you did. And some of those are like stretches.
Catching up on chat.
My
What happened
personal
to the
favorite line
stranger
is
from
the
the demo?
flickering lights and cityscapes.
Oh, that is a good one.
Gets me every time.
Oh, were you saying something?
Oh yeah, someone asked what happened to the stranger from the demo. She wasn't working script-wise. There was too much room for variation. I was trying to go with like sort of talking to an alien type angle. I think a lot of that writing style got subsumed into the shifting mound, especially the kind of vessel contribution sequences when she isn't complete yet. So structuring it to be creating a scenario where you literally can't have a meaningful interaction with her because you've seen too much was just more effective. Was this one of those stories where the idea started with the endings? Hopefully that makes sense. Sort of, like, it started with the initial premise of what if you were sent to execute a monster that could be whatever you thought it was. So that's where the unreliable narrator came from. The time loop component got added very quickly because Abby and I both really don't like dying in narrative games as like an interstitial game over, because it I don't know, it just breaks immersion. So we wanted to have death as something that could happen, but we wanted to retain the meaning of dying and for it to serve a narrative purpose. And then that quickly sort of morphed into, okay, but like what does she become eventually, and giving her just sort of like an inherent divinity as her base state. That's been like worked down into a very simple idea at the starting point, felt like a natural way to take it. Abby, was the old stranger voice tolerable for you compared to the second demo's version?
I think it was kind of the same.
Yeah, you hated both of them.
Not hated, because Nicole's very good.
Yeah, Nicole did a very good job, but Abby had to like walk away from the booth at PAX when people hit the stranger.
That was our fault. Nicole is an incredible voice actress, and she does only good job.
I did love that stranger voice.
But I'm very happy with where she is now, and you did such a good job. I had a question for how long the animated trailer took me to do. I think it took me about a week, maybe a week and a half.
It was 2 weeks from start to finish.
Was that? I feel like it was a little less. Maybe if
well, it's like drawing it took you like a week or a week and a half, and then putting the frames together in Final Cut took us a while.
That only took us a couple days.
Just like
I think it felt like a while to you because you were having a mental breakdown about it.
When I got all of those files, and I was just like, I can't make them go.
And so then I went and I made them go. You're welcome. I was very happy with how that turned out. It was my first time like animating anything really, beyond like extremely simple stuff that I did in the end of episode 4 for Scarlet Hollow. So that was like my foray into it, and then I just animated a whole thing from there. And yes, it was on paper, by the way. Yes, it was pencil on paper.
Do you have any favorite fan art? I like all fan art equally. I can't pick favorites there. Every piece of fan art is an expression of care and passion from someone who connected with work that we did.
Yes. The people who upload, I love seeing the stuff where it feels like it's a doodle in someone's like workbook at school, because they were thinking about it so much, you know? It's wonderful.
No, you can't ask us to pick favorites between our games. We love them both equally.
We love them both
and that isn't a cop-out answer. Like, obviously we care very deeply about our 600,000 word long and counting giant project, and obviously Slay the Princess is a giant labor of love. I have a frustration where people sometimes ask like how we got started on Slay the Princess and where the idea came from, and I've given the honest answer of like, it was an idea built around the constraints of like, what is a game that we could make within Scarlet Hollow's development to keep our studio running that didn't like interfere with the delivery timeline so much there. So it's like, it's something where the art's on smaller paper, it's in grayscale, and doesn't use ink, so Abby spends a lot less time on art. It's just like, I'm the one doing the vast majority of the writing on this one. And so many people have interpreted that as like, oh, I see, Slay the Princess is the cash grab game and Scarlet Hollow is the passion project, and like, we are never going to make a game that isn't a passion project for both of us. They are both passion projects.
That's unreal.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think people have a tendency to want the one that they like more to be the more important one. Or, like, they'll worry that the one that they like more isn't the more important one. And it's like, both of these are essentially our children. The amount of hours we've put into them.
Someone did ask about the boil effect. I don't know if that's the stomach acid, if they're talking
No,
about
that's the animation effect. We use a shader in OpenGL for that. Someone is asking, do you think the next Scarlet Hollow episode will come out before or after the Pristine Cut? Pristine Cut will be earlier. It's a much smaller project, Abby is still chugging away at draft 1 of the script for episode 5. Part of the reason episode 5 is taking so long is because it is big.
It's huge.
Very, like, it is... Episode 4 was, like, the biggest episode of Scarlet Hollow by a long shot when we got started, and episode 5 is bigger than episode 4 by a fair bit. A big part of this is... I don't know if, like, in terms of single run start to finish time, how those playthrough lengths will vary, but when we started the studio, the thing we cared about the most was seeing how far we could take having narratives that directly engage with player choice and makes, like, the whole sea of options you pick over the course of writing something, like, a part of the story, so that you're actually emotionally in the story and not, like, you know, an external player just going through the whole thing and getting the same experience every time. And Scarlet Hollow has so many decisions, so there's a lot of branching to account for. Oscar, I feel like, has at least a dozen major variations in his world state in episode 5, so, like, there's a lot of scenes where we have to make those scenes 10 times, because we want the differences to be felt, and we don't want it to just be like, oh, there's a line that references this, and it goes back to normal.
Yeah, like, he's a major character, so he can't just, like, disappear into the background because he's too complicated, nor would we want to do that, because the point of the game is to really make it feel like it's a different world based on your choices.
Why did the thorn root end up being the only one with a kiss? That's a very interesting question. It just felt right in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there were going to be... We didn't have any kisses planned, and we just got there, and we had a version where the smitten was already there, and him telling you to kiss her felt right in the moment, and then it felt very funny to write just a very elaborate description of what it's like that Johnny would have to really, really spitefully read.
I remember when you told me that was happening, it was almost like you're just like, we're gonna let him kiss her, so we need kiss music. So it was almost like reluctant. We're gonna give them what they want.
Any voices that didn't make the cut, apart from the flinching getting replaced by the cheated? The other big one is the voice of the obsessed was the one tied to the beast in the first demo. He kind of became the stubborn in the full release, but they're very different. He had more of a sea captain vibe, while the stubborn has more of a brawler vibe. Any reason the animations from the trailers weren't in the actual game?
They were made before a lot of these routes had been finalized. It's basically every new event that we have to do, they always want a new trailer that is different than all the trailers that came before. So we didn't really have a lot of, like, new art to draw from at the time because I was still working on some of the earlier routes. And of course a lot of it is, like, spoilers, so I had to specifically work around that and try to use the things that we were allowed to share with people, such as the fact that there are chapter 2 princesses, and make it interesting. So we just decided we wanted an animated trailer because they're fun and interesting, and
static trailers for visual novels are I don't know, they get low engagement. It's very hard to do trailers for visual novels that, like, both mostly showcase the game itself and that don't look cheaply produced.
Yeah, we wanted to show that there's, like, a lot of dynamism in the game, even though it isn't fully animated, because fully animating Slay the Princess would be, I think, the rest of my life's work or something. I think it would destroy me. And of course, the segments in the trailer are just made for the trailer. They don't really slot in anywhere in the game.
It would also be jarring because, like, there's only a tiny handful of them, and it's like the animations felt necessary for the couple places they were in the game. So it's like smooth animations in the game. You have the beast ones, and we needed to convey fast movement.
Yeah, fast movement. Like, the actual things we animated in the game was very much supposed to feel like standout moments.
Yeah. So it's like throwing those into other routes would then raise questions about why they weren't in other routes. And we also wanted to finish the game at some point.
Yes. At a certain point, I did have to stop doing animations because I had a very limited time to work in. So.
Do themes of death and transformation specifically interest you guys? How did you settle on them? I mean, I feel like they're sort of core themes to the human experience.
Yeah. I think it's things that we think about a lot. So they just kind of come through. We give them a lot of thought.
Who doesn't constantly think about death?
Yeah, right?
God, right? Holy shit.
The human experience, baby. I have a question here. Did you ever struggle with making the princesses recognizable between roots visually and personality-wise? I think a couple of them gave me more trouble than others, but a lot of them, they just kind of like settled right into a slight evolution from the base princess or a dramatic evolution from the base princess in one direction or another. The hardest one was probably the beast, kind of getting her between normal base princess and like an actual beast creature without having it be just a cat girl. So, because of course we have a cat girl already. Anyway. But besides that, it's pretty easy.
Nicole and Brandon, actually. We'll keep answering questions for a while, but we'll do Nicole first. Do either of you have other projects that you would like to plug while you're here?
Oh gosh. No, I'm actually not in. I don't think I'm in any other projects right now. Like I stream fairly regularly, so if anything, go hang out there sometimes.
Mods, can you grab a link to Nicole's Twitch channel and just pin it in chat?
But like I don't have any other voice work projects I'm in. I mean, I have a very small part in Sucker for Love 2, which is coming out next year, but that's already done.
Yay.
So keep an eye on that. But it's a couple lines. I'm very excited for it, but nothing major. I'm not any involvement in anything major.
Brandon, anything you want to plug?
As far as like new stuff, all I've got on my plate is Pristine Cut and Scarlet Hollow episode 5. So I'm excited for that.
Great, buy those. Also, buy the soundtrack from Brandon's Bandcamp.
Yeah.
Oh yes, please.
He does get a cut of the supporter pack sales on Steam because the soundtrack is part of that. But he gets the most money if you buy it from his Bandcamp. So support your local musician.
Woo!
Yay!
I did see someone ask what program I use. I use Logic and Ableton mostly. It's a boring answer, but it's an easy one to answer.
Did any princess and/or roots besides the stranger change significantly between demo and full release? I would say pretty much all of them.
Like back when we first designed the stranger, we were still kind of going with this idea of a very gradual shift, and then instead of all coming together at the end, they were all just extreme forms of whichever princess you were going with until she was a god capable of ending the world, and that just wasn't as interesting. It would have played out. It would have been very repetitive for one thing. Like the game already has, it knows
pushes
that
the
it's
limit of its
but-
repetition. Like there's a reason why we settled on 5 vessels as the amount instead of making you get all of them or making you get more. It feels like the right amount. It feels like that's sort of the edge where a single playthrough maybe on the 5th one starts to feel too repetitive for some people, and then if you're a completionist you can always do a new game. Also, it adds more, it emphasizes your choices more to only give you so many. Within the game files for Witch, I found a sound file of Nicole saying, "Yeah, what is the story behind this?" Well, the witch is a cat girl.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of goofs when on recording sessions. That one felt like a fun one to just put in there as an Easter egg. I figured, the files are archived, but some people would unarchive them, and they would find that, and then they would be like, "Oh, that's nice."
Yeah.
Damn near immediately too.
Yeah.
That was found incredibly. I didn't even know it was in the game files, and someone was like, "What's this all about?" And it was a SoundCloud link, and it was my voice. I was like, "What is?" Yeah, I mean that's me, but what? How'd you get this? How'd you find this?
We were recording you all this time in your house, walking around saying yeah to yourself.
That's true. I do constantly go around my actual house going, yeah, all the time.
Someone has been asking, do you guys have inspiration from Song of Saya for the Fury chapter? Not really.
Not for the Fury in particular.
That was mostly, the fleshy parts are mostly, I am a woman of viscera. Mostly probably influenced from Hellraiser, and also watching a lot of Dr. Pimple Popper when she takes out the lipomas, It was influenced by that. Anyway.
I like Song of Saya, though. It's a good visual novel, even if it is
I can never
one that I
recommend it
feel
to
uncomfortable recommending online for reasons that are obvious to anyone who's read it.
Yeah.
We played the censored version of it, and then I found out that that was the censored version of it, and I was like, what do you mean that was the censored version of that?
It didn't feel very censored.
That did not feel censored at all.
Do you have kind of ideas of how the voices would look? No, not at all.
Yep, the expansion will have new Steam achievements.
Yay!
Why some of the lighter tone achievements, like the staring contest one? I don't know, they're fun. We like to break up the spookiness with jokes.
Yeah.
We laid off of that comparatively next to Scarlet Hollow because a lot of the jokier ones felt more tonally at odds with Slay the Princess, whereas they fit in more with Scarlet Hollow.
Yeah.
But we needed, like, the Dustin one.
We also like when people find the jokes, so sometimes we just put that in to be like, there's a joke here if you want to find it.
I love how the only thing censored in the game is a couple of middle fingers. See, that's not censored. That is part of the gesture.
Did the irony of the difficulty of drawing the shifting mound after setting off with the intention of easier to draw scenario hit hard? Well, it was still easier than it could have been if I were going at 100%. If I was just doing that one wasn't on smaller paper, but it was still in pencil. So if I had gone for like full inked, that could have been much harder. I feel using pencil for this project was such a blessing.
I'm gonna
made
give
everything so loose.
Both Abby credit and blame real quick. The hands and just the appearance of the shifting mound, those were her ideas.
It was all my idea. I was like, this is what she would look
You
like.
did it to yourself.
And
then I was like, what if she moved?
And then those segments where at the end of the route the hands come and take her. Originally she was just going to like kind of dissolve into the feathered background, and Abby was like, what if I drew hands to take her away every time? Wouldn't that be great? And I was like, is that what you want? and then she did it.
I sure did. And it was exhausting, by the way, because every single princess has like a bunch of different ways that she can end the chapter, which means that she has to be taken in all of those scenarios. Sorry, you were going to ask Nicole a question.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, to Nicole, you have great range, excellent work.
Nah. Thank you. This has been a really fun project for me because one of my biggest insecurities about voice work is that I always felt like any voice that I did was just very uniquely me. And whereas every voice of the princess is very uniquely the princess, there's variations that I was able to do that made them all distinct different characters. And like honestly, hearing people say that I have a big range like makes me want to cry every time because it's something that I'm so insecure about and something that I'm so worried about. Like my whole voice acting career, it's something that I've always been really terrified that I can't do. So this project kind of showed me that I could do it, and you know, it might not be a range of like, you know, like, it might not be a range where you listen to me and you can't go, oh, that's Nicole. Like, I don't think I can ever do something where someone's like, oh my gosh, I was surprised that was Nicole. But range comes in different ways, and this project taught me that. And it's really nice to see people compliment their range, because that's a huge insecurity of mine. So thank you. That means a lot to me. Anytime anyone says anything about the range, it really, like, it genuinely means a ton to me.
Yeah, seeing it all laid out on the stream, too. Like, you were switching on a dime. That was insane.
It was really fun.
Someone's been asking why we cut a Wraith scene, and then it's a screenshot to the Wraith with the shifting mound. That scene is not cut.
Yeah, that scene
If it's missing, then there's a bug, and I'll triple check that. But we have not cut that.
People continuously ask us how the kiss works with the thorn if the main character has a beak.
It just works.
It works. Birds
Don't
kiss
worry
each
about
other.
it.
Yeah,
Why do you
birds
think they call it
smooch.
a peck on the cheek?
Yeah, and hey, what if it's, because this is not a definitive answer, but what if it's the thing where it's like they grab your whole head and they're a beak and they start licking your face, like in Princess Mononoke, when that bird creature greets her in the beginning and just does that? A gentle hold of the head.
Yeah, the answer is, it just happens. And whichever way brings you the most joy to imagine that, do it. Like, there can be the Schrodinger's beak explanation, where sometimes the protagonist has a beak and sometimes he doesn't. I like thinking that he has a beak.
I like that. You're both gods. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like it works out.
Yeah, make it
Maybe
work.
she just puts the whole beak in her mouth.
Oh, how many hours of voice acting are in the game?
Oh, something like 16.
16 hours. Y'all have
Wow.
It was
My
a lot more
gosh.
recording time than that because we got multiple takes for every line.
Yep. And how many drawings? I think it's like 3,000.
There's 3,306 assets in the images folder in the install directory.
Yeah.
I don't know what that comes out to for actual drawings.
Because a lot of them are layered backgrounds.
Right.
So that would be still like separate illustrations, but they're like pretty small illustrations. So.
Is the third game going to have voice acting? Why did you decide on voice acting for this one? I don't know. That'll determine. That'll depend on what the third game winds up being. We decided on voice acting for this one because it was a smaller scale project than Scarlet Hollow, and it did. I want to say it, especially if you're counting what it'll look like after the final version is out next year. It did wind up like 4 times bigger than we planned it to be, but even then, it's like it was feasible to have voice acting in this, and I think voice acting adds a lot. But like, I would be reluctant to add voice acting to a game that has 1 million words in the script because that's a lot of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did you get the Boyle effect? Did you draw a bunch of separate drawings? We used a shader, an OpenGL shader. RenPy lets you use shaders in it, and we hired someone who knows how to make shaders to make a shader for us. She's credited in the game. You can check out Team Dog Pit. That's Manuela's team. She's excellent to work with. So if you ever need help with shaders in video games, she's your person. Any plans for a French translation? We're still in the process of figuring out languages for localizations. I'm thinking we'll probably be releasing them in maybe like batches of 2 at a time so we don't get overwhelmed by the work. I think Japanese, simplified Chinese are kind of towards the top of our list. Korean is up there too. We've got a lot of interest in East Asia, along with a lot of overlap of folks who would not be able to, who've said like they need a localization to play it, whereas like in a lot of European countries, people have stated like they would like a localization, but like they would still be able to play the game in English without too much problem. Favorite Slay the Princess meme. I like the one where it's like they did the give her the look thing for the razor, but it's got that like Chad face with the pouty lips.
Nice.
I've seen that.
Oh, people ask what my favorite princess is. I have it. It's the thing where it just changes all the time. Some of my favorites to draw were the Wraith, and I also just like her in general. She's very much my kind of thing. The Tower is really good. Apotheosis was so much fun to do. It was such a challenge. I'd never drawn anything like that before. And that one also has animations in it. And that's like rubble, like flying up from the ground and orbiting around her. So that was quite the challenge. But I feel like I did a pretty okay job, except for like the weird juddery thing that happens for the. That's just on me though.
Someone's asking, are there any routes you would change if you could in any way? There is a helpful infographic on the stream right now. That answers your question. Someone asking if we ever look at fan-made content. I avoid fanfic. I feel like the writing in this game is too personal for me to look at other people's like writing in the setting. But I look at fan art. I like the fan art. I liked that one. I like that kitchen fork animation. That was
I
really
loved
good.
the kitchen fork one. If people haven't
Kitchen
watched
Fork was
that,
very
it was so
good.
That was so well done. I can't believe how fast they did that. Sorry, I'm just catching up on the chat over here.
Oh, here's a good one for you, Abby. Tips for writing horror.
Oh. Practice a lot. Just practice writing a lot. The thing that honestly really helped me is getting really obsessed with writing fan fiction that wasn't even necessarily horror, but just learning how to write in the first place is very good for that. As for writing horror, know that it is the unexpected that scares people, and try to learn the balance between what is scary in that situation and what is funny. That's a hard one, because the line is hard to draw sometimes. Man, that's not very good advice. We've been streaming for a long time.
The Princess had a relatively quick development cycle. If you had twice or 3 times the time to work on it, what do you think would change? I don't know. Like, it's a product of its development cycle. Abby and I are both people who unfortunately need deadlines to finish projects because, like, our work will always expand to fill the space we give it. So oftentimes, like, the timeline we give ourselves to finish a game is a conscious design decision. So, like, there's a lot of Slay the Princess that was designed to be sketchy and dreamlike and fluid, and giving ourselves very little time to do that changed what it was like to write the game. It changed what it was like to draw the game. I think it worked really well for the themes of it. Like, that first demo was 2 weeks of work between us. It's very fast. Do you ever divulge the meaning / lore of Slay the Princess?
That was
the game's right here for y'all to dive into and answer these questions.
We cannot weigh in on that ourselves.
What was that David Lynch interview?
Oh yeah, I already said it.
yeah. What were you trying to say with this? And it's like, well, the movie's there. It said the thing. I think that if we state authorial intent, it undermines the experience. I think there's a lot of dialogue around the encounter with the shifting mound in the end game, where she talks a lot about the struggles of, like, the act of putting something into words diminishing its meaning. That tends to be her trigger for starting the fight with you. And I think that's true of the game as a whole. Will you add items for points later on Steam? There is a point shop with items in it right now. There are 10 profile backgrounds and 10 emotes. I don't think we'll be doing animated profile backgrounds or animated emotes.
Doing the various Steam assets.
It was a pain, and Abby does not like doing it.
It was brutal. I am not good at that kind of thing. Graphic design is not my passion. When it comes to the Wild, was it made more with the Beast or Witch in mind? It was made with both in mind, because we started from both. So, you getting squished together in the cabin, kind of like choosing.
Yeah, it's do you get eaten by her, or do both of you get eaten by trees? It's the same. It's the same start.
Yeah.
Are all of the princesses developed at the same time? If not, who is first and who is last? Oh, there's an interesting answer to that question, which is the adversary is first, and you can probably tell because she has sort of the most freedom to make decisions within her chapter. And I think over the course of writing it, like, part of it works for her character because the thing that she wants is a fight. So, like, if you go down without the knife, she does let you go back on that decision. And, like, it was just way too work for a lot of things that weren't a lot of great payoff. And it helped us refine how roots should be written. And then the last one that we wrote was The Razor, which I think, like, the goofier tone was and the frustration in the voice of the cheated was like I'm burnt out and at the tail end of this project, and there was also a lot of very good callback humor we were able to add into that route because we already had all this time with the other voices, so we, like, really knew their characters.
I really thought the old beast design in the, like, I forget which trailer that was, but that was terrifying. Was that story cut out when she tore off the arm of the character?
Right.
Oh, that was actually just concept art. Again, we had not actually,
needed a
like,
trailer
solidified.
to announce Next Fest.
Yeah, and we could only use kind of what we... It was so loose at the time, like, kind of... We were still in the conceptualization stage for her, so she was a lot more werewolfy. And she just became more beastly. Because I wanted her to feel different. I didn't want her to feel like a werewolf in the same way that I didn't want a certain character from Scarlet Hollow to feel like a werewolf. Which also I ran into some issues because the beast design started to look a little bit like a certain character from Scarlet Hollow. So I had to work against that and against kind of ideas of just monster-y person. I didn't want her to just kind of be a normal furry, you know? I wanted her to feel strange.
Yeah, a very frustrating marketing thing in games is you generally have to just, like, get so many things plotted out months and months and months in advance. And that means that sometimes you have to, like, make decisions for a trailer way before you're ready to make them for the game itself. So to give an example like that, a fully animated trailer where we announced the release date, we needed to apply to the event saying that we would announce our release date and when that release date would be, like, in June. So at the time it was just like, I don't know if we'll be ready on this date, but I guess we have to say it. And then it was like late July, we needed the trailer ready and submitted. So it was just like, so for the beast there and for the stranger, that was both before we had fallen on the final designs.
For Nicole and Brandon, how did you learn to voice act and compose?
Well, I learned to voice act by... No, I'm just kidding. Nicole, you can go first.
God, I don't... Okay, well, we're gonna take a small, sad journey. I used to do a lot of, like, singing and not joke voice acting, but you know when you're younger and you do voices and stuff, and I did that a lot with my mom growing up. And she always told me that she knew that one day I would do something with my voice. She swore on it. She was positive that I would grow up and I would do something in voice work. And I would always tell her, no, absolutely not. You're being silly. You're just saying that because you're my mom. My mom passed away when I was 18. And so voice work was always something that I was for a while really scared to do because it reminded me of her, but also I was worried to let her down. And at some point, I just kind of decided to try it. And I did it. And I'd like to think that she would be really, really proud if she was here now, because she was right. I did end up doing something with my voice, and I had no right in not believing her when she was my biggest cheerleader back when I was younger. But that's kind of what got me into it, is kind of knowing that it's something that I love to do. It's something that she would have loved to see me do. And it's something that just makes me feel really happy. And I think of her a lot whenever I do voice work, or whenever I get a role in something. I think about how she was right and how I wish I had listened to her and I wish I hadn't pushed back so hard. But that's kind of how I got my start. I just kind of dove into it because I knew it was something that she would have loved to see, and it was something I love to do.
Yay!
I love that.
It is a beautiful story.
It is such a good story. I love that so much. As far as getting into music, I played guitar and stuff when I was younger, and then I started working for the No Sleep podcast like 10 years ago, and I taught myself piano at 26 years old, and then I just kind of asked myself what was the coolest job on earth, I thought, and I thought, like, I told myself literally, I think a composer is like the coolest thing, and I was like, I want to be that. So I just kind of hunkered down and like taught myself through YouTube videos and bought the workbooks from the Berklee School of Music. You can buy them on Amazon for like $20 and just teach yourself how to write music. And and that's all led to where I am now.
You're so good at it. You're so fucking good at it.
Good at it.
Berklee music books and YouTube videos can teach you everything you need to know about music.
Hell yeah. Read books, I guess, is the lesson.
Yes, books are very good. Yes.
I would never.
Oh, how did we organize all the roots and variations during development? And tips for writing interactive narratives like this. Whoa. We just remember a lot of stuff.
Yeah, like
Tony would just go right into the RenPy files, and just the RenPy files themselves would be kind of like a way to keep track of the branching. But any tips?
Yeah, I feel so bad anytime anyone asks us that question, because I know how hard that is, and I hate that the answer is just like, we remember.
Yep.
I always just imagined the red strings on the wall with connecting pictures and stuff like that.
We have those red strings, but it is in the walls of our minds.
Your mind palace.
Ooh, somebody asked about the Princess Vision art, where it's all white lines on black backgrounds, and whether that was to contrast with the way that the player character sees things. And yes.
Good job.
Yeah. You're supposed to feel like this is someone else's mind you're looking into. So, yeah.
What are 3 things you wish you had known before you started Slay the Princess? I don't know, actually. It all turned out real well.
Yeah, I feel like
not to move to North Carolina mid-recording. Not to move to North Carolina in the summer mid-recording.
God.
What color is the princess's hair? So we've got this helpful image on the live stream right now.
It is white. She is black and white.
Yeah, she is. She is monochrome. Actually, she's white and a deep, 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 deep gray red.
Yeah, it's a gray red. So she's in full color.
Question to Nicole, not Slay the Princess related. What is your favorite Hollow Knight character?
Hornet. Also, I have I think someone, way hours ago when I mentioned my tattoo, asked about what the tattoo was. It's the delicate flower from the quest for the delicate flower in Hollow Knight. I have the regular version of it, as well as the if you drop it sprite of it. But Hornet, she's so good.
We've got a little Hornet plush on our shelf.
I do too. I love the grubs as well. I just love
They're so cute.
She's very good.
Do I imagine color for any of it? This is tied into that question, I suppose. Besides the gore, do I have canon colors in my mind for anything in the black and white work that I do? No, I do not. This has been the case since the start of working on comics. I just never imagine what colors things are, and then when I'm tasked with coloring something that I otherwise had made black and white, I always am like, that doesn't look right, and I have to just keep trying it until it looks right. So I imagine gore in color, though. Say about that what you will. Who knows what that's about.
Lots of reds.
And that sickly yellow, that's the secret.
By the way, I listened to your guys' interview from yesterday.
Oh, yeah. That's why we did the full announce of this DLC today, because I forgot that we'd given, the... Yeah.
But I wanted to say, I know, Abby, you had guessed that the stomach acid sound was soda.
Yeah.
It's very close. So some of it it's half carbonated water, and the other half is Phil just frying eggs and bacon.
It is bacon. Someone in chat was like, this reminds me of bacon.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That is so nice to know. Oh my god.
He sampled himself cooking breakfast and then put it into a granular synthesizer.
With some nice
a little cat.
carbonated...
A cat in a hoodie is being presented to me. Oh my god. Hi, Egg. Sorry, Egg is in Tom's hoodie and it's very cute.
How do you feel
this
about
is mine
the
now.
popularity of each princess so far? I think Beast is deeply underrated. I think we all know why. I think Nightmare is also underrated.
Yeah.
Because she's mean to you.
I love Nightmare.
Yeah.
Also, I did just remember something. Someone asked if I had anything to promote, and I'm really fucking stupid. Awesome Games Done Quick is coming up next month, and I am a host for Games Done Quick, so you might hear me there if you watch Games Done Quick ever. I've been hosting for 4 years.
People being like Nightmare underrated. How? I have like survey data where I had people rank princesses. It's an ongoing survey, and she's like near the bottom.
Yeah, we're talking
like
survey
weird.
information.
It's so weird.
Yeah, here, I'm gonna pull it up right now. The ranks are Witch by a mile. Oh, and this is part of this is like we asked people to fold like any chapter 3 princesses into the chapter 2 ones. This is just ranking the chapter 2s. And then Prisoner, then Spectre, then Adversary, then Damsel, then Razor, then Tower, then Nightmare, then Stranger, then Beast. Stranger is also, I feel, deeply underrated.
I was
think that
Stranger.
her chapter is one of the most structurally interesting pieces of the game.
Yeah, it shows
And
you like a...
I think part of... Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, you go.
Oh, I was about to say, I think part of the reason she's underrated is not enough people have gotten her specific ending, because you have to do her first for it.
Yeah, and I've seen some people who think that we should probably lock people out of doing Stranger first when...
Nah, they're cowards. They shouldn't have... The game gives them, like, 2 chances to not go into the Stranger route before it happens. They should live with the consequences of their actions and explore a different but still thematically rich version of the game.
Yeah, like, they chose to unravel the world, and so then they see an unraveled version of the world. Anyway, that's my thought on it.
I think the Stranger's underrated too, and it's like my favorite thing about the Stranger is when everything goes like like the drawings kind of like degrade into, I guess, would you call that concept art? I don't know what that technically is.
It's
like,
not actually concept art. It was making Abby make something look like.
Yeah, making it look like it was concept art, because the concept art is
Right.
the art that we use in the game. I did not draw the cabin before just drawing the
Right,
cabin.
right. But yeah, it's sort of like how like devolves into that, and then like the long quiet. I think it's the long quiet sound is happening during that, and then it just cuts, and then it's like just right to the princess in the shadow. That's one of my favorite moments in the game, when it all just switches like on a dime like that.
I love it. Yeah, it's very good.
Me too. It's so good.
Stranger looks a bit uncanny.
She would.
Yeah.
Oh man, some people are asking, does the thorn have a tail? The fan artists want to know. I wanted to draw her with a tail, and Tony said no.
I'm okay if people draw her with a tail.
Well, you didn't want her to be Catgirl.
Well,
I did.
yeah. It was
She's
about,
she's more
look,
elfish, so that's cute, but I thought a tail would be cute.
her chapter is like the one chapter 3 where you de-exaggerate her personality, which I thought was an interesting angle to explore, which is why when I was giving Abby notes, it was no, she can't look like an evolution of the witch. She has to look like the witch is going back into the base form.
Yeah, so kind of more elfy, with her ears being most of the thing that remains. But wait, actually I wasn't listening. Did you mention that when you start to betray her, she becomes more cattish again?
She does. Like,
Yeah.
her voice changes if you act with hostility towards her, and she becomes witchy again.
I think someone else asked, what was it like getting the first reviews for this game? It was insane. It was our Discord, like our Discord members who support us on Patreon, who got to see the game before anybody else did, and they were saying incredibly nice things to us. And it was just like, oh my god, did we make the thing that we set out to make? Did it work? So that was really, really nice. I honestly can't even explain what that feeling was. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you.
I remember, like, before the game even came out, and Tony was like, all of the Slay the Princess is going to take over your most listened to Spotify page. And then, like, within a few days, it was just nothing but Slay the Princess stuff. So I'm very happy about that.
Yay!
It's a good soundtrack. How dare you?
Someone asks, why so many ghosts? It's because you can kill her. So
Yeah.
yeah, she had to be something
That's the
after you
best
killed
answer.
her. Mm-hmm.
Will you make the game for Android since it's in RunPy? Maybe. We're still thinking about mobile. Selling premium things is hard on mobile. We're trying to avoid subscription service deals, and then, like, mobile kind of requires you to undermine your price point if you're just selling something that's like a finite thing, and we're trying to be conscious about making decisions that drive the price of the game overall down too quickly. I think all indie games are underpriced. I think, though some people would strongly disagree with this, I think we underpriced Slay the Princess, but we did that.
Is that the cat?
Yeah, that's
No,
Egg.
it's just a cold meowing. But I think we underpriced Slay the Princess, and we did it intentionally because we wanted the game to be kind of more affordable.
Brandon, which track is by far the most popular on Spotify / other listening services?
The Princess, just the bass
one.
theme.
Wow.
It's hard to say because that's been out longer, so it has racked up more numbers. But aside from that, Transformation, the Apotheosis, and the Mound movements, and I would say Damsel and Thorn.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thorn, honestly, is kind of surprising because I feel like it's kind of like fuzzy in my memory, but I feel like the Thorn was the last thing we did.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
So it all on like at least on my end, it felt like pretty rushed. Where I was like, I need to get this done, and then just hope for the best. And people seem to like it, so it worked out.
Are there any routes you feel are too hard to get but wouldn't change it? I love how intimate some of the rare ones feel. I feel like there's an intentionality to a lot of the more intimate and frankly more interesting routes being harder to get, and it's because they stem from understanding how the systems of the world work and engaging with them in like unexpected ways. So I don't know. I feel like making that stuff easier to get would undermine the meaning of getting them to begin with. So like for a big one, you have the leave the cabin ending of the game, which is there's no best ending, but that's IMO my favorite ending. It's the one that seems to consistently make people feel the most and leave the strongest impact. And the game like tries to dissuade you from going down without the knife at the end. And I think that there's something special to the fact that, you know, it requires understanding that whether or not you take the knife is always in every chapter the most important decision you can make. And realizing that that is an important decision, even if the game is telling you, like, no, there's only one correct decision. Knife always gives you more options. So I wouldn't change it because it strips the meaning away.
Somebody in the chat said, "Thank you for making the game that changed my heart," and that is such a wonderful thing to say. Thank you.
I love that.
It's so sweet.
If I could say this, speaking on that, once the game was done, I played through it for the first time, and even though I wrote the music and I know what happens, like by the end of it, when I left the cabin with her, like I was overwhelmed. It's so beautiful. Everyone did such a good job, and you know, I just wanted to add to that because I definitely felt the same.
Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much for playing.
Were emo and monster princesses that briefly appear in Stranger ever considered as legitimate princess variants for Chapter 1? Too late in the development cycle for that, and Chapter 1 is very much a, like, that support beam in the basement of your house situation of, like,
Oh, yeah.
look, someone was asking earlier, would we do something different? I think Chapter 1 would maybe be, like, a little different if we were to redo it, but it's like so much of the game is reliant on that specific structure and every line of dialogue working the way those lines of dialogue work, that, like, you can't change anything without making everything else fall apart.
Well, I think
we should probably
we should
wrap
probably
up.
wrap up.
'Cause we have somewhere to be and not too long.
Taken both of your days away from you.
Yeah, so everyone...
I'm gonna
hold on. Alright, because y'all keep asking, are we going to be able to hug all the princesses in the pristine cut? No. Y'all
Had somebody asking a lot if you could romance the narrator. Never.
No.
He is not interested.
Yeah, like every single princess is kind of romanceable, but there's very metaphorical and complicated interpretations of, what romance is and what love is in the game.
Like there are some princesses that you engage with in a way where it is a relationship with her that is a deep bond, like adversary in particular. Like fighting her forever is you fusing into one. I mean,
right. I mean that is an expression of love. That is, it's very much something that can be a romantic relationship. It doesn't have to be romantic, but that's a very valid reading, and that's kind of that's as it's written. Though again, it's like written with that intent, but then also with the openness of you can interpret it other ways if you want. But it's like then with some of the spectral princesses, if you will, like sometimes people are like, why can't kiss Spectre? And it's like, you can allow her residence within your body. That is so much more intimate than a kiss,
Yeah. Ah, well, time for me to go drink a glass of water.
Yeah.
And sit down.
Yeah.
But thank you so much, everyone. This was a great stream.
Thank you.
I think VOD will probably go up tomorrow because I'm going to have to stitch together a bunch of different videos. And that'll take some time. And then it'll also probably take like at least an hour to upload to YouTube because we've been streaming for 6+ hours.
Oh my god.
So again, thank you so much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yeah, you're all wonderful.
Yeah.